Greetings, travellers of the spirit. Welcome to the sanctuary of Get Cozy Sleep. You have left the noise of the modern world behind. Here, in this quiet corner, we walk the ancient paths to find the rest that your soul has been longing for. The demands of the day have ceased their clamouring. There are no more emails to answer, no more expectations to meet, and no more miles to run. Here, you're not defined by your speed nor by your productivity. You're defined simply by your presence. If your heart has ever felt like a vessel anchored in the harbour while others sail away to conquer the horizon, if you have ever felt that your own pace was out of sync with the rushing rhythm of the world, and if you find a strange, quiet comfort in the smell of raw timber and the sound of water lapping against the shore, then this story is your refuge tonight. So, let the weight of the day fall from your shoulders. Settle deeper into the embrace of your pillows. Unclench your jaw. Close your eyes and let the walls of your room dissolve into the soft, golden haze of memory. Let us travel back across the sands of time, to the northern shores of the Sea of Galilee. The air here is thick with the salt of the inland sea and the sweet, resinous scent of cedar shavings. Breathe in grace. Exhale the worry. The vessel of the Unsent. The dawn over the Sea of Galilee did not break, it bled. It began as a bruise of deep violet along the ridges of the Golan Heights, slowly softening into a vein of bruised gold that spilled across the water. For the sleeping village of Capernaum, this was merely the signal to wake. But for Elian, who had been awake since the stars were still sharp in the velvet sky, it was the signal to stop watching and start moving. Elian sat on the threshold of his small shack, a structure built not of the sturdy black basalt that formed the synagogue in the town centre, but of driftwood and discarded limestone blocks he had salvaged from the fringes of the quarry. He held a mug of warm goat's milk in his hands, feeling the heat seep into his calloused palms, grounding him against the morning chill. From his vantage point, tucked away behind a grove of wind-twisted oleanders, he could see the harbour coming to life. It was a chaotic ballet of muscle and rope. He watched the fishermen, men with chests like barrels and skin tanned to the colour of cured leather. As they descended upon the shoreline, they moved with an enviable fluidity, leaping from rock to sand, hoisting heavy nets over their shoulders as if they were nothing more than cloaks. He heard the shouts, rough, guttural commands that carried easily over the water. Heave, watch the line, cast off. Elian took a sip of the milk, the taste rich and slightly grassy. He set the mug down on the flat stone beside him and prepared for his own morning ritual. It was a ritual of friction and gravity. He placed his hands on his knees, took a deep breath that expanded his ribs against his tunic, and pushed. He rose not with a spring, but with a levered hoist, his left leg, withered since a fever took the strength from it in his childhood, trailed behind the right like a reluctant shadow. He reached for his staff, a piece of polished almond wood, smoothed by years of grip, and wedged it into the sand. Thud, drag, plant, shift. This was his rhythm. While the world around him sprinted, Elian navigated the landscape in a syncopated metre of his own. He made his way down the slight incline toward the water's edge, not to the bustling piers where the fishing boats were jostling for position, but to a quiet cove separated by a finger of jagged rocks. Here, the sand was cooler, shadowed by the overhanging cliffs. And here, resting on a cradle of wooden beams, lay his world. It was a skeleton of ribs and sheer lines, the beginning of a hull that seemed too wide, too heavy for a creature of the water. Most boat builders in Capernaum favoured cypress or cedar, woods that were light, buoyant, eager to dance upon the waves. They built narrow skiffs designed to slice through the sudden squalls that plagued the lake. But Elian had chosen oak. He ran his hand along the rough gunwale he had shaped the day before. The wood was cold and damp with dew. It was stubborn timber, resistant to the chisel, dense and unforgiving. The local fishermen had laughed when they saw him dragging the logs from the timber yard weeks ago. Building a fortress, Elian, one had jeered, not with malice, but with that casual cruelty of men who value speed above all else. That thing will sink before it leaves the shallows. Elian had not answered them then, and he did not answer the memory of them now. He simply picked up his adze. The iron tool curved like a bird's beak and ran his thumb along the edge. It was sharp enough to shave the hair from his arm. The work began. It was a slow, meditative violence. He struck the wood, peeling away the bark and the soft sapwood to reveal the heart of the timber. Chunk, chunk, chunk. The sound was dull and rhythmic, a heartbeat that countered the chaotic splashing of the oars out in the bay. He was carving the ribs of the vessel. Unlike the fishing boats which had a V-shaped keel to cut the water, Elian was shaping a bottom that was nearly flat. He needed stability. He needed a floor that would not pitch him into the sea if he tried to stand. His centre of gravity was fragile. Therefore, the boat's centre of gravity had to be absolute. The sun began to climb higher, burning off the morning mist. The air grew heavy with the smell of drying kelp and the distinct, metallic tang of fresh fish being gutted somewhere down the beach. Flies began to buzz in lazy circles. Elian paused to wipe the sweat from his forehead with the back of his wrist. He looked out at the lake. The fishing fleet was now just a collection of dark specks on the glittering horizon. They were out there, in the deep, hunting the shoals of tilapia and sardine. They were fulfilling their purpose. He looked back at his heavy, flat-bottomed hull. It sat immobile in the sand, a terrestrial beast dreaming of the water. A sudden wave of inadequacy washed over him, heavier than the oak log he was shaping. Why was he doing this? Even if he finished it, where would he go? He couldn't haul nets. He couldn't chase the schools of fish. He would just be a cripple floating in a tub, a spectacle for the village children. But then his eyes caught the grain of the wood where he had just made a cut. It was beautiful. The oak had a swirl in it, a knot that looked like a sleeping eye. He traced it with his finger. The wood was honest. It didn't pretend to be light. It didn't pretend to be fast. It simply was what it was. Strong, dense, and enduring. "You and I," Elian whispered to the boat, his voice raspy from disuse. "We are not made for the race." He picked up the adze again. He focused on the task at hand, not the finished voyage, but the single stroke, the removal of one splinter, the smoothing of 1 inch. The world belonged to the swift, or so it seemed. But in this quiet cove, amidst the shavings that curled like golden ribbons around his twisted foot, Elian was building a different kind of kingdom. It was a kingdom of patience. A shadow fell across his workspace. Elian tensed, expecting the mockery of a returning fisherman or the curiosity of a bored child. But when he looked up, squinting against the glare, he saw only a stray dog. It was a mangy creature, ribs showing through a coat the colour of dust, with one ear torn from some forgotten scrap. The dog watched him with amber eyes, head cocked to the side. It did not bark. It did not beg. It simply sat down at a respectful distance, panting softly. Elian reached into the leather pouch tied at his waist and pulled out a crust of barley bread left over from his breakfast. He tossed it gently. The bread landed in the sand a few feet from the dog. The animal didn't rush. It stood up slowly, walked over with a limp that mirrored Elian's own, and took the bread. "Eat," Elian murmured, turning back to his timber. "We must keep our strength up. The wood does not yield to the weak." The dog settled down again, chewing methodically. The rhythmic chop of the adze resumed, blending with the lapping of the tiny waves against the shore. The sun warmed the back of Elian's neck. The smell of the oak released by the heat was spicy and comforting. For a moment, the longing to be out on the horizon faded. The envy of the strong-legged men vanished. There was only the wood, the tool, the dog, and the piece of the work. He was a creator, and for now, that was enough. The sun had shed the tentative gold of dawn and now hung overhead like a hammered bronze shield, radiating a heat that pressed down on the back of Elian's neck. The air in the cove grew still, the breeze having died out with the morning tide. The only sound was the stubborn thwack of iron against oak, a sound that lacked the hollow, cheerful ring of boat building and sounded more like stone being quarried. Elian paused, his chest heaving. The piece of timber he was wrestling with, a curved rib meant for the midsection of the hull, weighed as much as a full-grown man. He wiped his brow with a rag that was already stiff with sweat and wood dust. Most men in Capernaum built their lives out of cypress. Cypress was the wood of the lake, light, resinous, eager to float. It was forgiving to the saw and kind to the carpenter. A boat made of cypress sat high on the water, skittering over the waves like a water strider. It was the wood of speed, of the chase, of the sudden catch. But Elian had chosen the Palestine oak. He remembered the day he'd gone to the timber yard, 3 weeks prior. It was a day of humiliation that he had carved into his memory just as surely as he carved this wood. The yard had been a cacophony of commerce. Sawdust hung in the air like a golden fog. Fishermen were haggling over piles of cedar imported from the north, testing the planks for flexibility, joking loudly about the size of the catches they would haul. Elian had moved through the crowd, his staff sinking into the deep layers of wood chips that carpeted the ground. He felt the familiar invisible wall that always separated him from the able-bodied men. They parted for him, not out of respect, but out of an awkward avoidance, the way one steps aside for a funeral procession. He had stopped in the far corner of the yard, where the unwanted timber was stacked. These were the logs deemed too heavy for roofing and too dense for furniture. They were gnarled, dark, and hard as bone. "You're lost, son of the weaver," the timber merchant had said, looming over him with hands the size of shovels. "The kindling is in the back alley. This is oak, good for nothing but charcoal and pillars." "I'm not looking for kindling," Elian had replied, his voice quiet but steady. He placed a hand on the massive deer's curved trunk that still bore the grey scars of its bark. "I am building a vessel." The merchant had laughed, a sound that rumbled in his chest like loose stones. "A vessel? Out of that? That's an anchor, boy, not a boat. You put that in the water, it goes down, straight down." "It will float," Elian said, gripping his staff tighter. "It just needs to be shaped." He bought the wood. It cost him nearly all the coins he had saved from mending nets, a tedious job his nimble fingers could do while his legs were useless. The journey home had been a spectacle. Since he could not carry the logs, he had rigged a sled of sorts, dragging the heavy timber through the dirt streets of the village. Every drag was a battle. Scrape, grunt, heave. He remembered the faces of the neighbours peering out from their windows. He heard the whispers that fluttered like dry leaves behind him. "Look at him. Does he think he's Noah? Perhaps he's building a coffin. Let him be. It's better he plays with wood than begs for bread." Elian shook the memory away, returning to the present heat of the cove. He looked at the heavy rib lying in the sand. They were right, in a way. This wood was heavy. It was recalcitrant. It fought the blade. But they didn't understand the physics of the broken. Elian reached down and leveraged the rib into place, his muscles straining, the veins in his forearms bulging like cords. He groaned, the sound tearing from his throat, until the piece slotted into the groove of the keel with a satisfying, heavy thud. He sat back, panting. A light boat, a cypress boat, required a dancer to sail it. When the waves kicked up, a light boat pitched and rolled. The fisherman had to have sea legs. He had to shift his weight instantly, counterbalancing the lurch of the hull with the strength of his calves and thighs. He had to dance with the water. Elian could not dance. If he stood on a light boat, the first wave would throw him off balance. His withered leg would buckle, and he would be cast into the depths. He needed ballast. He needed weight. He ran his hand over the dense grain of the oak. This wood was his ally. Its heaviness was not a flaw, it was a feature. By building the hull thick and heavy, and by widening the bottom until it looked more like a barge than a skiff, Elian was creating a platform that the waves could not easily bully. The water would push, and the oak would push back. It would sit low, Yes. It would move slowly. Yes. But it would be stable. "They want to fly over the water," he murmured to the dog, who had shifted into the shade of the unfinished hull. "But I just want to stand." He picked up a jar of pitch, thick, black bitumen he had collected from the pits near the Dead Sea. It was time to seal the joints. He heated the pitch over a small fire of wood shavings until it bubbled, releasing a pungent chemical smell that stung the nose but felt strangely clean. With a stick, he began to daub the black sludge into the seams where the oak planks met. This was the most crucial part. Oak did not swell as quickly as softer woods to seal itself. He had to be meticulous. Every crack, every tiny gap had to be filled. He worked with the precision of a jeweller. Though his materials were crude, he imagined the water trying to get in, the cold, dark water that wanted to claim him. This pitch was his promise to himself that he would stay dry. As he worked, he noticed a group of children running along the ridge above the cove, and they stopped when they saw him, pointing and giggling. "Hey, Elian," one of them shouted. "Are you waiting for the flood?" "It's not a boat, it's a bathtub," another cried, and a stone skittered down the cliffside, landing harmlessly in the sand a few yards away. Elian didn't look up. He didn't yell back. He focused on the black line of pitch he was drawing. He had learned long ago that words were like arrows. If you didn't offer a target, they eventually fell to the ground. Let them laugh. Let them chase the wind in their fragile shells. He was building something else. He was building a sanctuary of gravity. He worked until the sun began to dip toward the western hills, painting the sky in hues of bruised apricot and dull lavender. His arms ached with a dull, throbbing rhythm. His hands were stained black with pitch and brown with oak tannin. He looked at his creation. It was ugly by the standards of the fleet. It was boxy, squat, and dark. It lacked the graceful curves of the vessels that were even now returning to the harbour, their sails billowing like white wings. But when Elian placed his hand on the gunwale and pushed, the boat didn't rock. It didn't tip. It absorbed the force of his hand and remained solid, grounded, immovable. A faint smile touched his lips, a rare expression that felt foreign on his face. "Solid," he whispered. He packed up his tools, wrapping the adze and the chisels in an oilcloth. He whistled for the dog. The animal stretched, shook the sand from its coat, and trotted to his side. Together, the crippled man and the stray dog began the slow, uneven climb back up the beach, leaving the heavy oak vessel to wait out the night under the watchful eyes of the stars. It was ready for the water. But Elian wasn't sure if he was ready for what the water would say. The morning sky was the sheet of pale muslin, bleached of colour by the humidity that hung low over the lake. The Sea of Galilee was flat, a mirror of brushed steel, reflecting the hazy white of the heavens. It was a day without shadows, where the heat seemed to emanate not just from the sun, but from the rocks, the sand, and the very air itself. Elian stood before his vessel. It was finished, or at least, the hull was. It sat on the wooden blocks like a dark, slumbering tortoise, its oak planks sealed black with pitch, its shape defiant against the sleek curves of the shore. But a hull is only a shell. It is a body without a pulse. For a boat to live, it must move, and for this boat to move. Elian had to solve a problem that no other shipwright in Capernaum had to consider: the physics of a broken man. He climbed awkwardly over the gunwale, dragging his withered leg over the side until he tumbled onto the floorboards. He sat there for a moment, breathing in the scent of the fresh pitch and the raw oak. The interior was spacious, far wider than a standard skiff, but it was empty. Standard rowing required a unison of the whole body. A fisherman would plant his feet against a stretcher, lock his back, and drive with his legs, using the powerful muscles of his thighs to lever the oars through the water. The arms merely finished the stroke. It was a kinetic chain that started in the heels and ended in the hands. Elian looked at his legs. The left one was a withered branch. The muscle wasted away years ago. The right was strong, but it could not bear the burden alone. If he tried to row like the others, he would simply twist his body in useless circles. He needed a new way. He needed to row not with leverage from the feet, but with leverage from the spine. He reached for his tools. He would not build a simple bench, a plank spanning the width of the boat. No, he needed a throne. He found a slab of olive wood he'd scavenged from a dead tree on the ridge, a piece of timber twisted by the wind but solid as stone. He began to shape it. He sawed and chiselled, not creating a flat bench, but a seat with a high, curved backrest. It looked absurd for a fishing boat. Fishermen did not lean back, they leaned forward. Comfort was a luxury for the rich who sailed on Roman galleys, not for men who smelled of fish guts. But for Elian, this backrest was not a luxury, it was an anchor. It would brace his spine. It would allow him to push against the wood of the chair rather than the strength of his legs. Scrape, scrape, blow. He worked with an intensity that bordered on obsession. He cut deep grooves into the floorboards and fitted the seat into them, locking it into the very frame of the ship. It had to be part of the hull. If the seat moved, his energy would be lost. By midday, the seat was installed. He sat in it. The high back cradled his lumbar spine. He felt held, for the first time in his life. He felt a sense of physical mechanical advantage. He grabbed the air with his hands, mimicking the motion of rowing. He pulled back, and instead of his body collapsing, his back pressed into the olive wood, and he felt the power transfer directly to his shoulders. "Good," he whispered. "Good. Now, the oars." He could not afford the long, balanced sweeps of ash that the professional fleets used. Those oars were expensive, imported from the high forests of Lebanon. Elian had to make do with local pine, heavier, knottier, less springy. He selected 2 straight poles he'd stripped of bark weeks ago. They were thick, perhaps too thick. He began to shave down the blades. He did not make them long and tapered like the wings of a gull. He made them broad and spoon-shaped. He needed them to catch the water quickly. He wasn't looking for a long, gliding stroke. He couldn't sustain that. He needed short, choppy power. He needed to dig into the water and pull himself forward, inch by inch. He carved the thole pins, the wooden pegs that would act as the fulcrum for the oars. He drilled holes into the heavy oak gunnels and hammered the pins home. Then he took strips of raw leather he'd bought from the tanner, scraps really, the neck pieces of a cow, and greased them with animal fat. He wound the leather around the loom of the oars where they would rub against the pins. Squeak, rub, squeak. The sound of the greased leather was the first voice of the ship. He slotted the oars into place. He sat in his high-backed chair. He gripped the rough pine handles. And there, on the dry sand, Elian began to row. It was a grotesque pantomime. The blades scraped through the air, dipping toward the sand but never touching it. He pulled. His back pressed into the chair. His shoulders flared. The heavy oak hull groaned slightly as he shifted his weight, but it did not tip. Pull. Recover. Pull. Recover. Sweat stung his eyes. The heat was suffocating. Anyone watching from the cliffs would have seen a madman, a cripple sitting in a boxy boat on dry land, rowing toward nowhere, fighting an invisible current. But inside Elian's mind, he was moving. He was feeling the resistance. He was testing the geometry of his own limitations. He found that if he pulled too hard on the right, the boat would surely spin. He had to learn to moderate the strength of his good side to match the weakness of his bad side. He had to find a balance in asymmetry. He rowed until his palms blistered. He rowed until the muscles in his back burned like fire. He rowed until the sun began to bleed into the horizon once more. He stopped, letting the oars rest on his knees. His chest heaved. He was exhausted, yet he hadn't moved an inch. He looked over the side of the boat. The sand was undisturbed. The water was still 20 paces away. A sudden, crushing realization hit him. The boat was finished. The propulsion was solved. But the vessel was heavy. Terribly, impossibly heavy. It was made of oak and iron and thick pine, and it was sitting high on the dry sand of the cove. How was he going to get it to the water? The other fishermen launched their boats together. They would gather in teams of 4 or 6, chanting in unison, lifting the skiffs and running them into the surf. They had brotherhood. They had community. Elian had a dog and a stick. He looked at the distance between his bow and the lapping waves. 20 paces. It might as well have been 20 miles. He couldn't lift this boat. He couldn't drag it. The friction of the oak against the sand would anchor it fast. He climbed out of the boat, his legs trembling from the strange exertion of the dry rowing. He sat on the sand, leaning his back against the hull he had spent months building. The wood was warm, retaining the day's heat like a living body. He felt foolish. He was the builder who had constructed a ship in a bottle. Only the bottle was his own isolation. He had built a fortress that he could not deploy. The dog, which had been sleeping in the shadow of a rock, trotted over and nudged Elian's hand with a wet nose. Elian absently scratched behind its ears. "I have built a coffin, little one," he murmured. "A very fine, sturdy coffin, and we are buried on the beach." He looked around. The cove was littered with driftwood, smooth, grey cylinders of wood polished by years of rolling in the surf. Some were small branches, others were substantial logs washed down from the Jordan during the winter floods. His eyes narrowed. He reached for his staff and levered himself up. He limped over to a piece of driftwood, a log about the thickness of his thigh. He rolled it with his foot. It moved easily over the hard-packed sand. Rollers. He didn't need strength, he needed mechanics. If he couldn't lift the boat, he had to make the ground move beneath it. He began to gather the wood. He found 4 logs of roughly equal diameter. It took him an hour to drag them to the boat, his breath hitching with every step. The sun was gone now, leaving a twilight of soft indigo. He took his shovel and dug out the sand from under the bow of the boat, creating a small hollow. He jammed the first log under the keel. Then he went to the stern. He couldn't lift it. He tried to shoulder it, but his bad leg gave way, and he fell into the sand, grit filling his mouth. He lay there for a moment, a taste of failure salty on his tongue. He wanted to cry. He wanted to scream at the god who had made wood so heavy and flesh so weak. But then he saw the adze lying where he had left it, the tool that had shaped the oak. He got up. He didn't try to lift the boat again. Instead, he used a long, stout branch as a lever. He wedged it under the stern, placed a rock as a fulcrum, and pushed down. The stern of the heavy oak boat rose 3 inches. Just 3 inches. It was enough. With his foot, he kicked the second log underneath. He let the lever go. The boat settled onto the wood. It was no longer gripping the sand. It was resting on wheels. Elian sat back, wiping the sand from his face. He was covered in dirt, sweat, and grease. He was alone in the dark. But the boat was raised. Tomorrow, he would push. Tomorrow, the oak would meet the water. The night did not fall upon the cove, it rose from the water. The darkness seeped upward from the depths of the Galilee, swallowing the shoreline in a cool indigo tide until only the stars remained to pin the sky in place. Elian did not return to his shack. He could not leave the vessel now. It was perched precariously on the drift logs, a creature caught between 2 worlds, no longer of the land, but not yet of the sea. To leave it now felt like abandoning a child on a doorstep. He gathered a small pile of dried driftwood, mostly bleached branches of tamarisk and scrub brush that had tumbled down from the cliffs. He struck a spark against his flint, nursing the tiny flame until it caught the tinder. The fire crackled, casting long, dancing shadows that made the heavy oak hull of the boat seem to breathe. He sat with his back against one of the large rollers, wrapping his rough woolen cloak tighter around his shoulders. The air had turned sharp. In the distance, toward the deeper waters, he could see the faint, rhythmic flickering of torches. The night fishermen were at work. They attracted the fish with fire, luring them to the surface before casting their nets. Elian watched those distant lights bobbing on the horizon. They looked like fallen stars struggling to return to the heavens. "They are catching silver," he whispered to the silence, "and we are catching shadows." The stray dog, who had been prowling the perimeter of the camp sniffing for sand crabs, returned to the circle of warmth. It circled 3 times, an ancient instinct to trample invisible grass, and collapsed with a heavy sigh against Elian's good leg. Elian reached into his pouch and pulled out the last of his provisions, a handful of dried figs and a strip of salted perch, tough as leather. He broke the fish in half. "Here," he said, offering the larger portion to the dog. "You have 4 good legs to fuel. I only have 1.5. The dog took the offering gently, its teeth clicking softly. Elian chewed on a fig, savouring the gritty sweetness. He stroked the dog's head, his fingers tracing the scars behind the animal's torn ear. The fur was coarse, matted with salt and sand, but beneath it, the body was warm and solid. This was his congregation. A crippled carpenter and a broken-eared mongrel. "You know," Elian spoke softly, the firelight reflecting in the dog's amber eyes. "They say the Messiah is coming. They say he will drive out the Romans and restore the kingdom." He paused, looking at the heavy, flat-bottomed boat looming above them. "I do not know what I would do in a kingdom. Kingdoms are for soldiers. Kingdoms are for men who can march." He threw a twig into the fire. It hissed as the sap boiled. "I do not need a kingdom, little one. I just need a place where the ground doesn't shake when I stand." Sleep came in fitful waves. Elian dreamed of water, not the calm, glassy surface of the morning, but a water that was solid, like blue marble. In the dream, he stepped onto it, and his legs were straight. He walked toward the horizon, and with every step, the water rang like a bell. He woke to the grey hush of pre-dawn. The fire was a heap of white ash. The air was heavy with dew, and his cloak was damp against his skin. The dog was already awake, standing at the water's edge, barking silently at a heron that stood motionless in the shallows. It was time. The tide had come in during the night. The water was now only 10 paces away, lapping hungrily at the wet sand. Elian stood up, his joints protesting with stiff cracks. He stretched, feeling the cold morning air fill his lungs. He walked to the stern of the boat. "All right," he grunted. "Let us see if you can swim." He placed his hands on the transom, the flatboard at the back of the boat. He positioned his shoulder against the oak. He dug his good foot into the sand. He pushed. Nothing happened. The boat sat heavy and inert, a stubborn beast refusing to wake. The friction of the wood, even on the rollers, was immense. Elian grit his teeth. "Move!" he hissed. He readjusted his stance. He placed his staff in the sand to brace himself. He closed his eyes and channeled every ounce of frustration, every moment of mockery, every year of being left behind into his shoulder. Heave. A groan, not from Elian, but from the boat. The oak keel ground against the driftwood roller. Creak. Shift. It moved. An inch. Then 2. Elian gasped, filling his lungs again. He pushed harder, finding a rhythm. Push. Slide. Rest. Push. Slide. Rest. The boat rolled forward. As the stern moved past the rear roller, the boat tipped slightly forward, its weight transferring to the front logs. Elian had to scramble, limping quickly to the back, grabbing the freed roller, and dragging it to the front to place it in the path of the bow. It was a grueling dance. Push the boat. Stop. Move the log. Push again. His sweat mingled with the cold dew on his face. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. But the gap was closing. 10 paces became 5. 5 became 2. And then a sound changed. Instead of the grinding of wood on wood, there was a soft splash. The bow had kissed the water. Elian gave a shout, a raw, guttural sound of triumph. He pushed with renewed vigour. The water accepted the heavy oak timber. The bow lifted slightly as the buoyancy took hold. He pushed until the water was up to his knees, soaking his tunic. The boat slid off the last roller and floated free. Elian stopped. He stood there, panting, the water swirling cold around his wasted legs. He kept his hands on the gunwale, afraid that if he let go, the boat would sink like a stone or vanish like a mirage. But it did not sink. It sat low in the water. Yes, it did not bob lightly like the cypress skiffs. It sat deep, displacing a massive amount of water. It settled with a slow, heavy dignity. Elian pressed down on the side. The boat resisted. It didn't tip. It merely lowered a fraction of an inch, pushing back against his hand with the force of the entire lake. It was stable. It was a floating island. "Look," Elian whispered, turning to the shore where the dog sat watching, head cocked. "It floats." He waded around to the side and hauled himself up. It was a struggle. Upper body strength against gravity. But he managed to hook his leg over the side and roll onto the floorboards. The boat barely shuddered. He pulled himself up into his custom-made chair. The olive wood backrest caught him. He grabbed the heavy pine oars. He was afloat. The sensation was entirely new. On land, the ground was hard and unforgiving, sending shocks through his bad leg with every step. Here, the water supported the entire vessel. There was a gentle, fluid suspension. He felt weightless. He dipped the oars into the water. The spoon-shaped blades caught the surface. He pulled, pressing his back into the chair. The boat moved. It was slow. It didn't cut the water. It ploughed it. A wake fanned out behind him, wide and sluggish. But he was moving. He was propelling himself not with the broken mechanics of his legs, but with the strength of his back and arms. He rowed out past the jagged rocks of the cove. The sun crested the mountains of the Golan, sending a spear of blinding light across the water. It hit Elian square in the face, but he didn't blink. He was 20 yards from shore, then 50. He stopped rowing and let the oars rest. The silence of the open water wrapped around him. No hammers, no insults, no dust. Just the gentle lap, lap, lap of the water against the thick oak planks. He looked back at the shore. The village of Capernaum was waking up. He saw smoke rising from chimneys. He saw tiny figures moving on the beach. For the first time in his life, Elian looked at the world not from below, gazing up, but from a distance, gazing in. He was separate. He was held. He closed his eyes and let the boat drift. The heavy keel acted like a pendulum, keeping him upright. He realized, with a sudden swelling in his throat, that he was safer here, on this unpredictable element, than he had ever been on the solid earth. The vessel of the Unsent had found its element. The sun climbed to its zenith, turning the surface of the Sea of Galilee into a blinding sheet of hammered silver. To look directly at the water was to invite a headache, so Elian kept his eyes lowered, watching the interplay of light and shadow on the floorboards of his vessel. He had been drifting for hours. The heat was intense. The black pitch he had used to seal the seams began to soften, releasing a pungent chemical incense that mingled with the smell of wet oak and the ancient, algae-rich breath of the lake. It was the scent of his labour, baking in the sun. Elian shifted in his olive wood chair. The boat, which he'd silently christened the Bark, a heavy, graceless name for a heavy, graceless thing, did not behave like the other vessels on the lake. He had watched the fishing skiffs all morning. They were restless creatures. Even when anchored, they danced, tugging at their ropes, tilting with every ripple, eager to be off. The Bark did not dance. It sat in the water with the stubborn permanence of a floating dock. When a breeze ruffled the surface, sending small wavelets slapping against the hull, the boat did not roll. It absorbed the energy, shuddering slightly, but remaining flat. Elian reached under his seat and pulled out a coil of hemp line. Attached to the end was a crude hook of beaten copper and a sinker made from a perforated stone. He had dug a few worms from the damp earth behind his shack before setting out. "A fisherman," he muttered to himself. baiting the hook with trembling fingers. I am a fisherman now. He lowered the line over the side. The stone pulled it down into the cool green gloom. He wrapped the line around his finger, waiting for the electric jolt of a bite. He waited. The minutes stretched into an hour. The line remained slack. Around him, the life of the lake continued with indifferent efficiency. A flock of grebes, small, sleek diving birds, paddled nearby. Every so often, one would vanish beneath the surface with barely a splash, popping up moments later with a silver sardine wriggling in its beak. They were masters of the liquid element. They were designed for it. Elian looked at his heavy, flat-bottomed tub. He looked at his withered legs stretched out before him. He was not designed for this. In the distance, he heard the rhythmic thrum-splash of oars. A boat was approaching from the direction of Magdala. It was a sleek vessel, painted with red ochre, propelled by 4 rowers moving in perfect synchronization. It was the Swift, owned by a man named Jareth, one of the most prosperous captains in Capernaum. His nets were always full, his crew was always loud. Elian felt a sudden urge to pull in his line and row away, to hide in the reeds. But the bark was too slow. He was a sitting duck. The Swift drew nearer, cutting a clean white furrow through the water. The wake it generated rolled toward Elian in a series of expanding ridges. "Ho! Elian!" Jareth's voice boomed across the water. The rowing slowed, the oars dripping diamonds in the sunlight. "Is that a boat, or did the pier break loose?" Laughter erupted from the crew. It wasn't malicious. Exactly. It was the rough, boisterous humour of men who work with their muscles. Elian gripped the gunwale. The wake from their boat hit him. Wave 1, wave 2. Normally a small boat would pitch violently in the wake of a larger one. Elian braced himself, expecting to be thrown against the side. But the bark simply lifted. It rose flatly on the crest of the wave and settled back down in the trough. It didn't tip. It didn't roll. It rode the disturbance like a raft. "It floats, Jareth," Elian called back, his voice thinner than he would have liked. "I see that." Jareth leaned on his oar, wiping sweat from his brow. He looked at the single line dangling from Elian's finger. "And the catch? Are you hauling in the Leviathan with that string?" "Just dinner," Elian lied. He hadn't felt a nibble. "The fish are deep today," Jareth advised, his tone shifting to a dismissive kindness that was harder to bear than the mockery. "They run from the heat. You need nets to reach them. Lad, you need to chase the school. Sitting there, you'll only catch a sunburn," he signalled his crew. "Row!" The oars dipped. The Swift surged forward, accelerating with a power that Elian could only dream of. In moments, they were 100 yards away, leaving Elian bobbing gently in their remnant turbulence. Elian pulled up his line. The worm was gone. The hook was bare. He looked at the empty copper hook. Jareth was right. To be a fisherman was to be a hunter. You had to pursue, you had to encircle, you had to be faster than the prey. Elian was a statue floating in a garden of water. He could not hunt. A deep, hollow ache settled in his chest, heavier than the oak of the hull. He had built the boat to prove he was one of them. But now that he was out here, the water itself was proving that he was different. The lake was a highway for the others. For him, it was a waiting room. He wound the line back onto the coil and stowed it under the seat. "No fish," he whispered. He grabbed the heavy pine oars. The sun was beginning its descent, changing the light from blinding white to a softer, hazy gold. It was time to go back. The return journey was harder. A slight breeze had picked up from the west, blowing against him. The bark, with its high sides and lack of a keel, caught the wind like a sail, but in the wrong direction. Elian had to fight for every yard. He dug the spoon blades deep, gritting his teeth. His back pressed into the olive wood chair until his spine felt bruised. Pull. Gasp. Pull. Gasp. It took him nearly an hour to cover the distance that the Swift had devoured in minutes. By the time he steered the bow toward the jagged rocks of his private cove, his arms were leaden, trembling with fatigue. He navigated the entrance carefully. The water here was shallow and clear. He could see the mosaic of stones on the bottom, smooth pebbles of basalt and limestone. The bow of the bark grounded on the sand with a soft, sliding crunch. Elian dropped the oars. He sat there for a long moment, head bowed, listening to his own ragged breathing. He had conquered the lake. In a way, he'd gone out, and he had come back dry. But his hands were empty. A splash, then a wet, joyful shaking sound. The dog was there. It had waded into the shallows to greet him, tail wagging so hard its entire rear end shook. It barked, a sharp, demanding sound. Elian looked down at the creature. The dog didn't care about the empty hook. It didn't care about the slowness of the vessel. It only knew that the man had returned. Elian managed a tired smile. He tossed the remaining rope painter to the shore. Then, with a groan of exertion, he levered himself out of the chair and rolled over the gunwale, splashing into the knee-deep water. The coolness on his legs was a relief. He patted the dog's wet head. I know, he murmured as he began the arduous task of arranging the rollers again. I am a poor captain. No silver, no glory. He looked back at the boat. It sat in the shallows, dark and imposing. It was not a hunter. It was not a racer. But, Elian said, placing his hand on the warm, pitch-covered prow, we are still here. He began the slow work of winching the boat back up the beach. The sun dipped below the hills, and the first star appeared, the evening star, steady and unblinking. Elian didn't know it yet, but he wasn't training to be a fisherman. He was training for something that required the very thing he despised, the ability to hold still when the world around him was shaking. He was training to be a foundation. Days turned into a rhythm, and the rhythm hardened into a routine. For Elian, the passage of time was no longer marked by the ache in his leg or the shadows creeping across the floor of his shack, but by the slow, grinding transit of the bark from sand to water and back again. He had ceased pretending to fish. The copper hook lay coiled and rusting under his seat. He realised early on that to fish was to compete, and to compete was to invite comparison. He had no desire to measure his catch against the overflowing nets of Jareth or the Zebedee brothers. Instead, he used the boat for something else entirely. Stillness. Every morning, after the fishing fleet had vanished into the blue haze of the deep water, Elian would launch his vessel. He would row out past the breakwater, past the women washing clothes on the flat rocks, past the noisy clamour of the market that spilled onto the pier. He would row until the voices of the village were nothing more than the murmuring of insects. Then he would stop. He would ship the oars, letting them drip onto the hot floorboards. He would sit in his olive wood chair, close his eyes, and simply exist. But while Elian sought invisibility, his boat had become a landmark. It was impossible to miss. In a sea of slender, graceful skiffs that bobbed like dancers, the bark sat like a floating door. It was too wide, too blackened, and too low. The village children, cruel in their innocence, had found a name for it. Elian heard them one afternoon as he was winching the boat back up the beach. A group of boys, their tunics tucked into their belts, were skipping stones near the waterline. "Look!" one shouted, pointing a dirty finger. "Here comes the turtle." "It's not a turtle," another laughed, winding up to throw a flat pebble. "It's a coffin lid. Look how flat it is." "Who are you burying today, Elian?" The stone flew, skipping once, twice, before clattering against the oak side of the hull. Thwack! Elian did not look up. He kept his back bent, his hands gripping the winch rope. He focused on the friction of the rope against his palms, the burning sensation that was real and immediate, unlike the sting of their words which was old and familiar. "It's Elian's raft," a third boy chimed in. "Hey, Elian, are you going to float all the way to Rome on that slab?" They laughed, the sound bright and sharp as glass shards, before scattering like startled sparrows at the approach of a stern-faced elder. Elian paused then. He looked at his boat, the raft, the coffin lid, the slab. They were not wrong. It lacked beauty. It lacked grace. It was a utilitarian block of timber. But as he looked at it, sitting heavy on the wet sand, he felt a strange, fierce protectiveness rise in his chest. They saw a failed boat. He saw a triumph of engineering, this is the word. They saw ugliness. He saw a surface that did not lie. "Let them talk," he muttered, patting the rough flank of the vessel. "They trust the wind, we trust the wood." That evening, the separation between his life on land and his life on water began to blur. He found himself reluctant to leave the boat even when it was dry docked. His shack was lonely. The boat was a companion. He decided to make it habitable. He brought down a woven reed mat fraying at the edges and laid it on the floorboards in front of his chair. He brought a small clay lamp, sheltering its flame inside a cracked jar so the wind wouldn't snuff it out. He even brought a small wooden crate to serve as a table. He was turning the vessel into a room. A floating study. The dog, who had watched these preparations with a tilted head, finally made a decision. For days the animal had paced the shoreline, whining softly as Elian rowed out, too afraid of the unstable water to follow. But tonight the boat was on the sand. It was safe. Elian was sitting in his chair, chewing on a piece of honeycomb he had traded for a wooden spoon he'd carved. He felt a shift in weight. A soft thump. He looked down. The dog had jumped over the gunwale. The animal stood on the floorboards, legs stiff, claws clicking nervously against the wood. It looked at Elian, then at the sides of the boat, waiting for the inevitable tipping, the sudden lurch that usually accompanied climbing onto anything not made of earth. The boat did not move. It sat solid on its rollers. "It is safe," Elian said softly, breaking off a piece of the wax and honey. "You're welcome aboard, Captain." The dog took a hesitant step, then another. Finding the surface stable, it relaxed. It circled the reed mat 3 times, scratch, 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 and collapsed with a contented groan, resting its chin on its paws. Elian smiled. It was the first time he had truly smiled in days. The next morning, the test came. Elian prepared to launch. Usually the dog would trot up the beach to wait. But today, as Elian grabbed the stern to push, the dog remained on the mat mud, looking at him with stubborn amber eyes. "You want to go?" Elian asked. "It is not land, little one. It moves." The dog thumped its tail once. Thud. "Very well," Elian pushed. The boat slid into the water. As the buoyancy took hold, the floorboards shifted. The dog scrambled up, ears flattened, a low growl forming in its throat. Elian quickly climbed in, his movements practiced now. He sat in the chair and grabbed the oars. "Steady," he commanded. The boat drifted free of the sand. A small wave caught them broadside. In any other boat, this would have been the moment of panic for an animal. The sudden roll would have sent the dog scrabbling for grip, sliding into the bilge water. But the bark merely lifted. It elevated straight up on the swell and lowered straight down. The horizon remained horizontal. The floor remained flat. The dog stood there, legs braced. It looked at the water, then at Elian. It realized, with whatever primitive physics animals possess, that this ground was different, but it was still ground. It sat down. Elian rowed. He rowed out to their usual spot, the silence of the morning broken only by the squeak of the leather oarlocks. When they stopped, the dog stood up and placed its front paws on the gunwale, sniffing the breeze that smelled of distance and deep water. A man and his dog, floating on a wide, ugly platform in the middle of a golden lake. Elian looked at the dog, standing fearlessly on the edge. He realized he had achieved something he hadn't planned. He hadn't just built a boat for his own crippled legs. He had built a boat for the fearful. He had built a place where those who could not balance could finally stand tall. The mockery of the children faded from his mind, replaced by the rhythmic panting of the dog and the gentle slap of water against the hull. "The raft," Elian whispered, testing the name. It didn't sound like an insult anymore. It sounded like a promise. Yes, we are a raft, and rafts do not sink. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and letting the sun warm his face, drifting in the sweet, suspended time between the shore he had left and the destiny that had not yet arrived. The decision was not made with a grand declaration. It arrived softly, like the evening mist that was beginning to curl around the base of the cliffs. Usually, when the sun dipped below the rim of the Galilean hills, painting the sky in bruises of violet and charcoal, Elian would row back. He would fight the friction of the sand, winch the heavy hull up the beach, and limp back to his lonely shack. But tonight, as the first star, the bright eye of Venus, pierced the twilight canopy, Elian simply stopped rowing. He was about 200 yards offshore. The village of Capernaum was dissolving into a silhouette of jagged roofs and flickering oil lamps. The sounds of the land, the barking of dogs, the crying of a baby, the rhythmic hammering of a smith drifted across the water, but they sounded thin, stripped of their urgency by the distance. Elian looked at the shore. It was the world of hard edges. It was the world of gravity, of stumbling, of looking down to see where to place his twisted foot. Then he looked at the water around him. It was turning ink black, deep and forgiving. "We stay," he whispered. The dog, curled on the reed mat, lifted its head, ears perked. It looked at the shore, then at Elian, and let out a long breath through its nose, laying its head back down. The matter was settled. Elian shipped the oars, pulling them inside the gunwales so they wouldn't drag. He reached into his crate and pulled out the small clay lamp. He struck a flint, and the tiny wick caught, blooming into a fragile sphere of orange light. It didn't illuminate the lake. It only emphasized the vastness of the darkness around them. He slid out of his olive wood chair and lowered himself onto the floorboards beside the dog. The oak was still warm, holding the memory of the sun deep within its grain. He pulled his woolen cloak over him, bunching it up to make a pillow. This was the test. A boat on the water at night is a different creature than a boat on the water by day. The day is for the eye, the night is for the ear and the spine. He closed his eyes. Immediately, the sensation of movement was amplified. Without the horizon to anchor his vision, his inner ear took over. He felt the lake breathing beneath him. It wasn't the sharp, chaotic chop of the waves against the shore. Out here, the water moved in a slow, rhythmic heave, rise, hold, fall, rise, hold, fall. It was hypnotic. The bark, with its wide, flat bottom, did not roll side to side like a log. It simply elevated and descended, maintaining its dignity. It felt less like a boat and more like a floating cradle. Elian listened. The silence of the lake was not empty. It was full of texture. He heard the water lapping against the thick planks, a sound like soft lips kissing the wood. Slap, hush, slap, hush. He heard the distant splash of a fish jumping, a sudden violent rupture of the surface followed by silence. He heard the creak of the thole pins cooling in the night air. And he heard the breathing of the dog beside him, steady, rhythmic, warm. For the first time in his life, Elian felt entirely weightless. On his bed in the shack, his body was a heavy thing, pressing into the straw mattress, his leg a constant reminder of pain. But here, suspended on the water, the gravity seemed to lose its grip. The water took the weight, the oak took the burden. He opened his eyes and looked up. The roof of his shack had always blocked the sky. But here, there was no roof. The universe was laid bare. The stars were not scattered, they were spilled. The Milky Way was a river of crushed diamond dust arching from the dark mountains of the Golan to the sleeping hills of Tiberias. He saw constellations whose names he did not know, great hunters and beasts drawn in light, wheeling slowly overhead in a silence so profound it felt like a presence. "They're closer here," he murmured. He realised then that he'd spent his life looking at the ground, watching for stones that might trip him. He had become a man of the earth, defined by dust and dirt. But tonight, floating in the void between the dark water and the bright stars, he was a creature of the cosmos. He thought of Jareth and the other fishermen. They were out there somewhere, miles away in the deep, sweating, shouting, hauling heavy nets, their eyes fixed on the black water, hunting for silver. They were working the lake. Elian was not working the lake. He was being held by it. A profound sense of acceptance washed over him, cooler and sweeter than the night air. He had spent years mourning the fact that he could not be a voyager. He could not travel to Tyre or Sidon. He could not march to Jerusalem for the Passover. He was tethered, but as he lay there, feeling the gentle, rocking slumber of his vessel, he understood. "I am not a voyager," he thought, the words forming clearly in his mind. "I am a keeper." He was the keeper of the shallows, the watcher of the shoreline. His boat was not built to go to somewhere. It was built to be somewhere. It was a place of rest in a world of motion. The dog whimpered in its sleep, chasing some phantom rabbit across a dream meadow. Elian reached out and rested his hand on the animal's flank. The heartbeat was strong and steady under his palm. "Sleep, Captain," Elian whispered. "The anchor holds, even without a rope." He drifted. The separation between his body and the boat, between the boat and the water, seemed to dissolve. He was just a consciousness floating in the great dark palm of God. The shame of his twisted leg faded. The sting of the children's laughter faded. The envy of the strong men faded. There was only the stars above, the depths below, and the sturdy, unmoving oak beneath his back. Elian closed his eyes again, and for the first time in 20 years he fell into a sleep that was deep, dreamless, and devoid of pain. He slept not like a cripple, but like a king on a barge of silence. And while he slept, the current gently turned the boat, swinging the bow toward the north, toward the sleeping town of Capernaum, where the roads were beginning to fill with the dust of 1,000 footsteps, bringing a storm that would change the world. But for tonight, there was only peace. The dawn broke not with a whisper, but with a tremor. Elian felt it before he heard it. He was still drifting, the morning mist clinging to his woolen cloak like a second skin of dew. The bark lay motionless on the glass-smooth water, a dark splinter in the eye of the waking sun. But the air had changed. Usually, the morning breeze carried the clean, sharp scent of ozone and wet stone from the mountains. Today, however, the wind blowing from the shore carried a different weight. It tasted of dust. It tasted of agitation. Elian sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The dog, usually the first to shake off the night, was standing at the bow, ears swiveled forward, its hackles slightly raised in a ridge of stiff fur. It gave a low, uncertain woof toward the land. "What is it?" Elian murmured, reaching for his staff. He looked toward Capernaum. From this distance, the village usually looked like a scattering of grey pebbles against the green hillside. But today, the pebbles were moving. The shoreline, normally the domain of solitary net menders and wading birds at this hour, was thick with dark shapes. Elian grabbed the oars. He felt a sudden irrational spike of protectiveness. His cove, his quiet sanctuary. Was it being invaded? He rowed. The heavy spoon blades bit into the water, churning the placid surface. Thump, splash. Thump, splash. He drove the heavy hull toward the shore, his back pressing hard into the olive wood chair. As he drew closer, the hum became a roar. It wasn't the rhythmic chanting of fishermen hauling a catch. It was a chaotic, polyphonic drone, the sound of a hive that had been struck by a stick. He manoeuvred the bark into the shallows of his private cove. To his relief, the crowd had not spilled into his little rocky inlet yet. They were massed further down, near the main harbour and the synagogue. But the energy was spilling over, filling the air with a static charge that made the skin on his arms prickle. He winched the boat up the sand, his movements hurried, and he didn't like this. He didn't like the disruption of the rhythm. "Stay," he signalled to the dog, tying the animal to the stern post. The dog sat, whining, eyes fixed on the commotion. Elian adjusted his tunic, gripped his staff, and began the arduous limp up the path toward the village square. He needed oil for his lamp and a bag of lentils. He would buy them and retreat. But the village he entered was not the village he had left the evening before. Capernaum was bursting. It was as if the earth itself had opened up and exhaled a legion of strangers. The narrow streets, usually navigable even with his bad leg, were choked with bodies. There were men in the dusty garbs of the Judean wilderness, women with the intricate head coverings of the Decapolis, and even the occasional flash of a Roman soldier's red tunic. Pushing through the press with bored irritation, Elian was jostled. A shoulder struck him, nearly knocking his staff from his hand. "Watch yourself," a man snapped, a stranger with a face burnt dark by the desert sun. Elian didn't answer. He pressed himself against the rough limestone wall of a baker's shop, trying to make himself small. The noise was deafening. It was a cacophony of dialects, Aramaic, Greek, a smattering of Latin, all weaving together into a tapestry of desperate expectation. He caught fragments of sentences as they floated by like debris in a flood. "Blind since birth," they say. "At the synagogue in Nazareth, but they drove him out. Touched the hem and the fever broke." Elian frowned. Rumours. The Galilee was always fertile ground for rumours. Messiahs sprouted here like wild mustard in the spring, blooming fast, bright yellow, and then withering under the Roman boot or the scorching heat of reality. He managed to reach the stall of Miriam, the old woman who sold grain and dried pulses. Her stall was usually a haven of order, with sacks of beans rolled down neatly. Today, it was besieged. "Miriam," Elian called out, leaning over a barrier of sacks to avoid being crushed by a large man bargaining for barley. The old woman looked up. Her face, usually a map of serene wrinkles, and was flushed and harried. She saw Elian and her eyes softened momentarily. "Elian," she sighed, wiping her hands on her apron. "Go home, child. There is no bread left. The locusts have descended." "Who are they?" Elian asked, gesturing with his chin toward the swirling crowd. "Is it a festival? Have I lost count of the days?" Miriam leaned in, lowering her voice, though the din around them made secrecy impossible. "It is the teacher," she hissed. "The Nazarene. Jesus." Elian felt a flicker of recognition. He had heard the name spoken by the fishermen on the lake, usually with a mixture of skepticism and awe. The carpenter turned rabbi. "He's here?" Elian asked. "He's coming," Miriam corrected. "He was in the hills. Now the rumour is he comes to the shore." "Look at them, Elian! Look at their eyes!" Elian looked. He saw a woman clutching a bundle of rags that moved feebly. A sick child. He saw a man leaning heavily on a crutch, his leg twisted in a way that mirrored Elian's own. He saw the blind, the lame, the desperate. They were not here for commerce. They were not here for fish. They were here for a miracle. A strange, cold feeling settled in Elian's gut. It wasn't hope. It was a defensive hardening. He had lived with his twisted leg for 20 years. He had made his peace with the ground. He had built his boat to accommodate his flaw, not to fix it. He had constructed a life around his limitation. To see all this raw, naked hope displayed so publicly felt obscene to him. It felt dangerous. Hope was a fragile thing. When it shattered, it cut deeper than despair. "They will be disappointed," Elian muttered, more to himself than to Miriam. "Perhaps," the old woman said, her eyes drifting to the sick child nearby. "Or perhaps not. But they will eat everything in the meantime. Go, Elian, take this." She shoved a small bag of lentils into his hand, far less than he usually bought, but he saw the emptiness of her sacks and nodded his thanks. He placed a coin on the table, but she pushed it back. "Keep it. You might need it to buy silence later." Elian turned to leave, but the street had become a solid wall of flesh. A shout went up from the direction of the main road. "He comes! The rabbi comes!" The crowd surged. It was a physical wave. terrifying in its mass. Elian was shoved hard against the stone wall. His staff slipped on a loose cobblestone. He stumbled, his bad leg buckling. He fell. The ground rushed up to meet him, hard, gritty, smelling of donkey dung and dust. Knees bumped his head. Sandals scuffed his hands. For a moment, panic seized him. To fall in a crowd like this was to be trampled. He was low. He was invisible. He was debris. "Get up," a voice shouted. But not at him. Elian curled into a ball, protecting his head, waiting for the crushing weight of the mob. But then a space opened. Not a wide space, but enough. A donkey, laden with baskets, had turned sideways in the crush, creating a small pocket of protection against the wall. Elian scrambled up, using the wall to lever himself. He grabbed his staff. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He was shaking. He didn't want to see the healer. He didn't want to see the face that caused this madness. He wanted his boat. He wanted the silence of the water. He wanted the indifference of the stars. He pushed. He used the end of his staff like a prod, not caring who he poked. He fought his way out of the square, ducking into the narrow, stinking alleyways that the strangers didn't know. He ran or moved as fast as his loping, broken gait would allow, back toward the cove. When he finally broke through the line of oleanders and saw the familiar curve of the beach, he gasped. The crowd hadn't reached his spot yet, but the edges of it were fraying toward him. A few people were wandering near his boat, touching the heavy oak side, looking for a place to sit. "No," Elian rasped, his throat dry. He stumbled down the sand. "Get away! It is not a bench." The strangers looked at him, startled by his intensity. They moved away, muttering apologies, their eyes already drifting back toward the town centre where the noise was loudest. Elian reached his boat. The dog was barking frantically now, sensing his master's distress. Elian untied the rope with trembling fingers. He didn't winch the boat down. He didn't use the rollers. Adrenaline, that desperate fuel, flooded his veins. He grabbed the gunwale and shoved. He shoved with a strength he didn't know he possessed, grinding the expensive oak keel directly into the abrasive sand. Scrape, screech, he didn't care. He had to get off the land. The boat hit the water. Elian threw the dog in, then tumbled over the side himself. He grabbed the oars and rowed. He rowed violently, splashing water, his rhythm broken, his breath sobbing in his chest. He didn't stop until he was 300 yards out, until the faces on the shore were just blurry dots. He sat there, chest heaving, clutching the oars. He looked back at Capernaum. The village was boiling. A storm of humanity had descended, bringing with it a pressure that squeezed the air out of the lungs. Elian looked down at his twisted leg. He felt a sudden, fierce resentment toward the healer. "You disturb the water," Elian whispered to the distant figure he could not see. "You stir up the silt." He turned his back on the land. He would stay on the water. He would float until the madness passed. But even out here, in the safety of the deep, he could feel the vibrations of the crowd drumming against the hull of his boat, a low-frequency warning that the world was about to tilt. The sun was no longer a companion. It had become a hammer. It beat down on the curved expanse of the Sea of Galilee, turning the air above the water into a shimmering curtain of heat. Elian sat in his boat, 100 yards from the shoreline, drifting in the uneasy limbo between the deep water and the dry land. He had not retreated fully to the centre of the lake. Some tether of curiosity, or perhaps the grim fascination one feels when watching a storm approach, kept him within sight of Capernaum. He took a sip of water from his clay jug. It was warm and tasted of the fired earth container, but it cleared the dust from his throat. "They are moving," he said to the dog. The animal was pacing the short length of the deck, its claws clicking a nervous rhythm on the oak planks. It stopped at the gunwale, sniffing the air, its tail tucked low. On the shore, the topography of the town was changing. The crowd Elian had fled was no longer contained within the stone walls of the village square. It had ruptured, like wine bursting from an old skin. The mass of humanity was spilling out of the narrow streets and flowing down the gentle slope toward the beach. It was a slow, terrifying migration. From Elian's vantage point, they looked less like individuals and more like a singular, dark entity, a landslide of wool and linen, of dark heads and waving arms. The sound travelled over the water with eerie clarity. It was a low-frequency rumble, a grinding noise, like a millstone turning against rock. It was the sound of thousands of sandals scuffing against the earth, the sound of 1,000 conversations merging into a drone of demand. Elian watched as the first wave of the crowd reached the sand. They did not stop at the edge of the grass. They poured onto the beach, their feet sinking into the soft terrain where Elian usually dragged his boat. They trampled the drying nets left by careless fishermen. They kicked over the stone cairns marking boundaries. "They are eating the shore," Elian whispered. He felt a spike of violation. That strip of sand was his workspace. It was the liminal zone where he fought his daily battle with gravity and friction. Now, it was being erased by a flood of strangers. He looked for the other boats. The harbour, usually a forest of masts and drying sails, was emptying. The savvy captains, Jareth, Simon, the sons of Zebedee, had seen the invasion coming. They had cast off early, retreating to the deepest, quieter fishing grounds in the centre of the lake. They had fled the chaos to do their work. Only the bark remained. The heavy, slow, useless vessel that could not run away fast enough. Elian gripped his oars. He backwatered slightly, putting another 20 yards between himself and the approaching tide of people. He could see the centre of the disturbance now. It was a vortex in the middle of the crowd. Wherever this vortex moved, the people swayed and compressed. It was moving toward the water. The rabbi, Elian concluded. He couldn't see the man's face. He could only see the reaction of the crowd around him. It was a desperate compression. People were reaching out, climbing over one another, trying to touch the centre. It reminded Elian of fish in a net when it is drawn tight, a frenzied thrashing of bodies fighting for space. The crowd reached the waterline. And then they did something that made Elian's stomach turn. They didn't stop. The pressure from the back of the crowd was so immense that the people in the front were forced forward. They stepped into the lake. Splash. Splash. Elian watched as hundreds of people waded into the shallows. The clear, pristine water near the shore, the water he loved to watch the minnows dart through, was instantly churned into a brown soup of stirred-up mud and silt. The boundary was broken. The land was invading the sea. Elian felt a sudden, irrational panic. The lake was his sanctuary. It was the place where gravity let go of him. Now, the heavy, stumbling, demanding world of the land was walking into his refuge. "Go back," he wanted to scream. "This is not your place. You belong to the dust." But the crowd kept coming. They were shin-deep, then knee-deep. They were fanning out along the shoreline, creating a crescent moon of humanity that enclosed the small bay. In the centre of the crescent, the pressure was critical. The vortex had reached the very edge of the dry land. Elian saw a figure, a man in a simple tunic, indistinguishable from 100 others except for the way the crowd bent toward him, step onto the wet sand. He was trapped. To his back was the water. To his front was a wall of flesh, a wall built of need, sickness, and hunger. There was nowhere for him to go. If he stayed there, he would be crushed. Or worse, the crowd would push him into the deep water where he would have to swim or drown. Elian stopped rowing. He held the boat steady against the gentle current. He watched the scene with the detached eye of an engineer observing a structural failure. "The load is too great for the foundation," he muttered. He saw the rabbi turn and look at the water. It was a brief glance, scanning the horizon. For a second, just a fraction of a second, Elian felt as though the man's gaze swept across the water and brushed against the bark. Elian ducked his head instinctively. He didn't want to be seen. He didn't want to be involved. He was the unsent. He was the observer. But the situation on the shore was deteriorating. The noise was escalating into shouts of panic. "Back! Move back!" voices cried. Probably the rabbi's companions, trying to create a perimeter. "Touch him! Let me through!" screamed others. A woman near the front slipped in the mud and fell into the water. The crowd surged over her. A man pulled her up roughly by the arm, not out of kindness, but to clear the path. It was ugly. It was the raw, unfiltered survival instinct of a mob. Elian looked at his empty boat. He looked at the wide, flat deck that could hold the weight of a heavy catch, or a pile of timber, or... "No," he said aloud. "No." He gripped the oars tighter, his knuckles turning white. He would not go in there. He would not bring his fragile piece into that grinder. His boat was slow. If they swarmed it, they would capsize him. They would sink him. He was safe here. He was invisible. But the water carried sound too well. He heard a voice cut through the din. It wasn't a shout. It was a clear, resonant command that seemed to drop the volume of the chaos by half. "Simon!" the voice called. Elian saw the rabbi looking toward a boat that was just arriving. Not Elian's, but another one further down the shore. It was Simon's boat. The big fisherman had apparently returned from the deep, perhaps curious, or perhaps called. Elian let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Good, let Simon deal with it. Simon has a strong back. Simon has a fast boat. He watched as Simon manoeuvred his skiff toward the crush. But Simon's boat was a narrow, high-prowed vessel designed for speed and nets. As it neared the shallows, the waves caused by the thrashing crowd made it rock violently. Simon was shouting, trying to keep the people from grabbing the gunwales. "Get back, you'll tip us over." It was chaos. The narrow boat was too unstable for a stationary platform in turbulent water. Every time someone reached out to touch the side, the boat listed dangerously. Simon had to use his oar to push people away. It was a battle, not a rescue. The rabbi stood on the edge of the water, the mud swirling around his ankles. He looked at Simon's struggling boat. Then he looked further out. He looked directly at the dark, flat, ugly shape floating 100 yards away. He looked at the bark. Elian froze. The distance was far, but the connection was instantaneous. He felt the weight of that gaze. It wasn't a demanding look. It wasn't the look of a beggar or a tyrant. It was a look of recognition. It was as if the rabbi was looking at the wide, flat hull, the low centre of gravity, the awkward heaviness of the oak, and nodding. "I see what you built." The look seemed to say, "I see why you built it." Elian's heart hammered against his ribs. The dog let out a sharp bark, looking at Elian, waiting for a command. The crowd pushed again. The rabbi stumbled slightly into the deeper water. Elian looked at his hands. They were calloused from the chisel and the adze. They were hands that shaped wood to solve problems. On the shore, there was a problem. The land had run out of room. The water was too unstable. They needed a bridge. Elian cursed softly under his breath, a curse directed at his own foolish heart. He dug the left oar into the water. He pushed the right oar forward. The bark began to turn, slowly, heavily, inevitably. The dark prow of the vessel swung around, pointing away from the safety of the deep and toward the roaring, churning storm on the beach. "We are fools, Captain," Elian said to the dog, his voice trembling. "We are going into the rocks." He began to row. The distance between the safety of the deep water and the chaos of the shoreline was measured not in fathoms, but in heartbeats. For Elian, each pull of the heavy pine oars was a renegotiation with his own survival instinct. "Pull. Go back," his mind screamed. "Recover. Go forward," his hands obeyed. The boat, the bark, moved with the inexorable momentum of a drifting continent. It did not slice through the water. It bullied it aside. As Elian drew closer to the crescent of humanity wading in the shallows, the noise ceased to be a collective drone and fractured into individual sounds of distress. He heard the wailing of a baby, the sharp coughing of an old man, and the desperate, repetitive pleading of a woman calling out a name. The water around the boat changed colour. The deep, pellucid blue of the Galilee gave way to a churned, milky brown, thick with the silt of 1,000 trampling feet. Elian navigated the outer rim of the wading crowd. People were standing waist-deep, their robes floating around them like blooming jellyfish. They turned as the large, dark shadow of the boat loomed over them. "Watch out!" Elian barked, his voice cracking. He wasn't used to shouting. He was used to the whisper of the wind in the reeds. A man grabbed the gunwale. The boat didn't dip. "Let go," Elian commanded, raising an oar threateningly. The man looked up, eyes wide with the glazed look of the fanatic. "Is he on board? Is the healer with you?" "No, get off!" Elian twisted the oar, breaking the man's grip. He felt sick. This was what he had feared. To them, his vessel was not a sanctuary. It was just another surface to be conquered, another stepping stone to the prize. He pushed deeper into the crush. The dog, usually brave, had retreated beneath the olive wood chair, shivering against the familiar smell of the pitch. Elian couldn't blame him. The energy in the air was frantic, jagged, and electric. Ahead, he saw the epicenter. Simon's boat, the Dove, was a sleek, beautiful thing of cypress and cedar, painted with a blue eye on the prow. But right now, it was failing. Simon and his brother Andrew were fighting a losing battle against physics. The crowd had pressed the rabbi so far back that he was standing in water up to his thighs. Simon had brought his boat alongside, intending to let the teacher climb in. But every time the rabbi reached for the side, the crowd surged forward to touch him. They grabbed the boat's rail. The Dove pitched violently to the left. Simon shouted, bracing his legs wide, trying to counterbalance. Then it rolled to the right. It was a leaf in a gale. If the rabbi tried to stand up in that skiff while the crowd was rocking it, he would be thrown into the water. "It's too light," Andrew yelled, fending off a grasping hand with the handle of a fishing net. "We need ballast!" They didn't need ballast. They needed a barge. Elian took a deep breath. He aligned the stern of the bark with the gap between Simon's boat and the crowd. "Make way!" he roared. He dug the oars in deep and backed water. The wide, flat transom of his boat swung around like a closing gate. He manoeuvred it with a precision born of months of solitary practice. The heavy oak hull pushed into the space, physically displacing the water and the people. Thump. The stern of the bark collided gently with the side of the Dove. Simon spun around, his face flushed with anger, ready to curse the intruder who had rammed him. But when he saw the low, black, ugly expanse of Elian's boat, his eyes narrowed in confusion. "Elian," Simon shouted over the din. "What are you doing? Get that coffin out of here! You'll crush someone!" Elian didn't answer. He didn't look at Simon. He looked past the flailing fisherman, directly at the figure standing in the brown water. The rabbi looked exhausted. His tunic was soaked to the waist. His hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat. But his eyes were clear, calm, and startlingly present. He wasn't looking at the crowd. He was watching Elian maneuver the boat. Elian shipped his oars. He stood up. Usually, standing in a boat was a perilous act for Elian. His bad leg would tremble, his balance would waver, and the boat would wobble in sympathy. But today, the boat sat in the water as solid as a synagogue floor. The flat bottom, designed for the handicap of one man, now offered its stability to the chaos of many. "It doesn't tip," Elian said. His voice wasn't loud, but in the strange acoustic pocket between the two boats, it carried... Simon stared at him, then at the boat. He looked at the wide, flat deck. He looked at the heavy oak ribs that made it sit so low and steady. He understood. "Teacher," Simon called out, pointing to Elian's vessel. "Take this one. It's solid." The rabbi nodded. He waded toward the bark. The water was deep here, swirling around his waist. Elian's heart hammered against his ribs. He felt a sudden urge to apologize, for the ugliness of the wood, for the smell of the unrefined pitch, for the crude reed mat on the floor, for his own twisted leg. This was not a vessel for a king. It was a vessel for a cripple. But the rabbi reached out. He placed a hand on the gunwale. The boat did not dip. It barely registered the weight. It accepted the touch with the stoic indifference of a rock. With a fluid movement, the rabbi pulled himself up. He swung his legs over the side. Wet linen slapped against dry oak. Water dripped onto the floorboards, mingling with the dust. He stood up. Simon's boat would have rocked. The bark did not move. The rabbi stood in the centre of Elian's boat. He adjusted his wet tunic. He took a breath. Then he turned to Elian. He was close. Smell of rain and sweat close. Elian shrank back into his chair, trying to make himself invisible, trying to hide his withered leg beneath his tunic. Peace, the rabbi said. It wasn't a blessing. It was an observation. He looked down at the floorboards, at the strange, wide construction of the hull. He looked at the olive wood chair with the high back support. He looked at the dog peeking out from beneath it. You built this, the rabbi said. It is slow, Elian blurted out. Defensive. It is heavy. It is not for fishing. No, the rabbi agreed, a faint smile touching the corners of his eyes. He looked out at the sea of desperate faces on the shore, the thousands of people pushing against the invisible line of the water. It is not for fishing. He turned his back to Elian and faced the crowd. He walked to the prow of the boat, the wide, blunt nose that the children called a snout. He stood there, legs slightly apart, balanced perfectly on the steady deck. Push out, he said, over his shoulder, just a little, to give them room to breathe. Elian grabbed the oars. His hands were shaking, but the wood felt familiar. He pushed. The bark slid backward, moving away from the grasping hands. The rabbi stood like a masthead, unmoving. Elian rowed them out 10 yards, 20 yards. The crowd stopped wading. They realized they could no longer touch him. The frenzy of the physical grasp was broken. A hush fell over the beach. It started at the front and rolled backward like a receding wave. The shouting died down. The pushing stopped. The people stood still, straining to see, straining to hear. The rabbi raised his hand. Elian stopped rowing. He let the oars rest on his knees. He sat in his chair directly behind the teacher. He was the pilot. He was the ballast. The boat drifted slightly in the gentle current, but it remained flat. The rabbi didn't have to fight for his footing. He didn't have to worry about falling. The oak held him. Elian looked at the back of the rabbi's head. He looked at the water dripping from the hem of his robe onto the deck Elian had sanded. Speak, Elian thought, his chest tight with a terrifying awe. The floor is yours. And then the rabbi began to teach. His voice used the water as a sounding board, amplifying the words, carrying them clear and true over the heads of the multitude. A sower went out to sow. Elian sat frozen. He wasn't listening to the parable. He was listening to the sound of the boat, or rather, the lack of sound. No creaking, no groaning, no splashing. The vessel of the unsent, the boat built for the broken, was holding the word of God. And it was the steadiest things in the world. The voice of the teacher did not boom like thunder, it carried. That was the physics of the lake. Elian knew this phenomenon well from his solitary days on the water. Sound, unencumbered by trees or stone walls, skidded across the surface tension of the water like a flat stone. It arrived at the shore not as a shout, but as a presence. Elian sat in his olive wood chair, his hands resting lightly on the handles of the pine oars. He was no longer the outcast cripple, he was the pilot of the pulpit. He stared at the back of the rabbi. The man was standing just 3 feet away, near the centre of the boat where the stability was greatest. Elian studied the details that the crowd on the shore could not see. He saw the coarse weave of the rabbi's tunic, stained with the red dust of the road and the darker wet ombre where the lake water had soaked the hem. He saw the tension in the calves, the subtle shifts of weight as the teacher turned slightly to address the far edges of the multitude. And he felt the vibration. When the rabbi spoke, the deep timbre of his voice travelled down through his body, through the soles of his sandals, and into the oak floorboards. The wood, dense and resonant, picked up the frequency. Elian could feel the sermon buzzing in his own fingertips where they touched the oars. He was physically connected to the words before his mind even processed them. "Listen," the rabbi said, sweeping his arm toward the hills behind the crowd. A sower went out to sow. The crowd on the beach was a tapestry of stillness. Minutes ago, they had been a roiling, dangerous mob, ready to crush bone-to-touch skin. Now, separated by 20 yards of water, they were pacified. The gap, the moat that Elian had created, had transformed them from consumers into listeners. Elian watched them. He saw faces he recognized, the baker who had overcharged him, the children who had thrown stones at his boat, the women who whispered behind their hands when he limped by. They were all looking at the bark. They were looking at the ugly, flat thing they had mocked. But they weren't seeing the boat anymore. They were seeing the platform that elevated the word. And as he sowed, the rabbi continued, his voice clear and rhythmic, some seed fell along the path, and the birds came and devoured it. Elian looked up. A pair of pied kingfishers were hovering high above the water, their wings blurring in the heat, waiting to dive. They didn't care about the parable. They cared about the fish. The world continued its brutal, hungry cycle, even while the mysteries of the kingdom were being unveiled. The boat drifted slightly. A subtle current from the Jordan inlet was pushing the stern toward the south. Elian didn't panic. He didn't wait for the boat to swing wide and disrupt the rabbi's balance. He reacted with the instinct of a craftsman. He dipped the left oar silently into the water, slipped, and gave a short, gentle twist of his wrist. It was a micro-correction. A feather touch. The boat ceased its drift. It locked back into position. The rabbi didn't stumble. He didn't even pause in his sentence. He probably didn't know that Elian had done anything at all. Other seed fell on rocky ground, where it did not have much soil. Elian looked down at the floorboards. Rocky ground. He knew about that. He looked at his own legs, at the twisted architecture of his bones. He was rocky ground. He was the place where things didn't grow straight. He was the soil that the village had deemed shallow and useless. But as he held the oar, feeling the resistance of the water, a strange thought took root in his mind. The rock is what holds the anchor, he thought. If the bottom is too soft, the anchor drags. We need the rock to hold fast. He looked at Simon's boat, the Dove, floating a few dozen yards away. Simon and Andrew were sitting on their benches, listening intently. But their boat was restless. Even in the calm, the high, curved prow of the fishing skiff bobbed up and down. Simon had to keep shifting his weight, leaning left, then right, distracted by the motion of his own vessel. Elian's boat was dead still. The heavy, flat bottom sat on the water like a slab of temple stone. The rabbi stepped forward, closer to the prow, leaning out toward the people. But since it had no root, he said, his voice dropping to a somber register, it withered away. Elian felt the shift in the centre of gravity. A normal boat would have dipped its nose. The bark absorbed the movement. The wide beam distributed the weight across a massive surface area of water. The rabbi was safe. He could move freely. He didn't have to think about his footing. Elian realized then that he was offering the teacher the one thing the world rarely gave him, a place where he didn't have to watch his step. The dog, sensing the profound lack of danger, crawled out from under the olive wood chair. It didn't bark. It walked softly to Elian's side and sat down, pressing its warm flank against Elian's bad leg. It rested its chin on the gunwale, watching the crowd with the bored, aristocratic expression of a creature that has seen everything. The rabbi turned, just for a moment, as he paced the deck. His eyes fell on the dog. He didn't stop speaking. Other seed fell among thorns, but a tiny flicker of amusement crinkled the corner of his eye. He reached down, almost absent-mindedly, and brushed his fingers against the dog's ear as he passed. The dog leaned into the touch. Elian stopped breathing for a second. The Holy One of Israel, the healer of the sick, the voice that commanded the multitude, was scratching a stray dog on a boat made of scrapwood. The sanctity of the moment wasn't in the clouds, it was in the dust on the floorboards. Other seed fell on a good soil and produced grain, the rabbi concluded, his voice rising, expanding, filling the bay. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. The silence that followed was absolute. The water lapped against the hull, slap, 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 a rhythmic applause from the lake itself. The sermon was over. The spell held for a heartbeat longer, then broke as the crowd let out a collective breath. They began to shift, to whisper, to process what they had heard. The rabbi stood at the prow for a moment longer, looking at them. Then, his shoulders slumped slightly. The energy that had radiated from him seemed to dim, replaced by the mortal fatigue of a man who had poured himself out. He turned and walked back toward the centre of the boat. He looked at Elian. This time, the look was different. It wasn't the commanding gaze of the arrival. It was the look of a guest thanking his host. "You have a steady hand, Elian," the rabbi said softly. Elian looked at his hands, still gripping the pine oars. They were stained with pitch. They were shaking slightly. "It is not the hand, Rabbi," Elian whispered, his voice raspy. "It is the wood. It is heavy." "Yes," the rabbi said, sitting down on the gunwale, unconcerned by the dampness. He dipped his hand into the water, washing the dust from his fingers. The world loves the light and the swift, but the heavy things, they are the ones that remain when the storm comes. He looked deep into Elian's eyes. It was a terrifying intimacy. Elian felt as though the rabbi was reading the blueprints of his soul, seeing every warped rib and every knot of resentment he'd carried for 20 years. "Do not despise the weight, builder," the teacher said. "It is what keeps you from drifting." Elian swallowed hard. The lump in his throat was painful. He wanted to say something, to ask for a healing, to ask for his leg to be straightened so he could run like the others. The words were there, right on the tip of his tongue. Make me like them. Make me light. Make me swift. But he looked at the boat. He looked at the flat, ugly, magnificent deck that had just served as the footstool of God. If he had been swift, he would have been miles away, chasing fish with Jareth. If he had been light, he would have tipped over. It was his brokenness that had made him necessary. The words died in his throat. He looked at his twisted leg, then back at the rabbi. "Where to, teacher?" Elian asked instead. The rabbi smiled, a genuine, tired, human smile. He gestured toward the open water, away from the suffocating crowd that was already beginning to call his name again. "Out," he said. "Let us go into the deep. I need to sleep." Elian nodded. He gripped the oars. He looked at the horizon, where the blue of the water met the blue of the sky. "Hold fast, Captain," he whispered to the dog. He pulled. The heavy spoon blades bit into the water. The bark turned its broad back to the land and began the slow, steady plod toward the silence. The noise of the world did not die instantly. It peeled away in layers. First to go was the distinct articulation of human speech, the shouts of the crowd, the wailing of the sick, and the demanding cries of the beggars blurred into a singular, low-frequency hum, like the sound of a distant hive. Next went the mechanical sounds of the shore, the grinding of millstones, the braying of donkeys, the sharp ring of iron on stone. Finally, as Elian drove the bark past the invisible line where the shallow green water deepened into a profound, bruised indigo, even the hum vanished. They were in the deep. Here, the acoustics were elemental. There was only the rhythmic creak hush of the oars, the heavy thud of the bow displacing the water, and the dry, rasping breath of the wind moving over the open expanse. Elian rode with a steady, hypnotic cadence. His body had found the groove. He wasn't fighting the water anymore. He was negotiating with it. Push against the oar, press into the chair. It was a conversation of leverage. He looked at his passenger. The rabbi had moved to the stern of the boat, the widest part, where Elian had originally intended to stack crates of fish he would never catch. There was a low, raised platform there, a structural necessity to cover the rear buoyancy chamber. The teacher didn't ask for a cushion, he didn't ask for shade. He simply collapsed. It wasn't the reclining posture of a man at a banquet. It was the total surrender of a soldier who has marched until his legs failed. He lay on his side, his arm pillowed under his head, his legs curled slightly. The damp hem of his tunic was still dark with lake water, drying slowly in the relentless sun. Elian stopped rowing for a moment, letting the boat drift on its own momentum. He stared at the sleeping figure. It was a jarring sight. Elian had seen the rabbi command the multitude with a voice that felt like a physical force. He had seen him stand at the prow like a king. But now, stripped of the crowds and the expectation, he looked small. He looked mortal. He looked like a man whose bones ached. He is heavy, Elian thought, not referring to physical weight. He carries the whole shore on his back. Elian reached under his seat and pulled out his own cloak, a rough, scratchy thing of undyed wool, patched in 3 places. He hesitated. It was a poor covering for a prophet. But the sun was fierce, and even in sleep, the face of the teacher was tightened in a grimace against the glare. Elian shipped the oars quietly. He dragged himself out of his chair, moving with the silent, sliding shuffle he had perfected. He approached the sleeping man. The dog was already there. The animal had curled itself into a protective crescent against the rabbi's back, its chin resting on his ankle. The dog watched Elian approach, its tail giving a single soft thump against the floorboards, but it did not move. It had found its post. Elian draped the cloak over the rabbi, creating a small tent of shade over his head and shoulders. The rabbi didn't stir. His breathing was deep and slow, the rhythm of a man who has descended to the very bottom of the well of sleep. Elian retreated to his chair. He picked up the oars again, but he didn't row hard. He just dipped the blades enough to keep the bow pointed toward the other side, toward the Gadarenes. He looked around. They were in the dead centre of the sea now. The land was a hazy purple strip on either side. This was the place the fishermen called the throat, the deepest, coldest part of the lake, where the currents from the upper Jordan met the springs from the deep vents. Usually this place terrified Elian. It was too big. It was too indifferent. If he fell in here, his body would never be found. But today, with the sleeping rabbi in the stern, the fear was gone. It was replaced by a strange, heavy solemnity. Elian looked at the floorboards of his boat. He looked at the thick, clumsy oak ribs. He looked at the wide, flat bottom that made the vessel so slow and ugly. "I built a barge," he whispered to the wind. "I thought I failed." He remembered the mockery of Jareth. "You're building a dance floor. Elian, you're building a patio." But a fast boat, a sleek, V-hulled skiff like Simon's would be rocking right now. Even in this calm, a light boat dances with every ripple. In a light boat, the sleeper would be tossed from side to side. He would have to brace himself even in his dreams. But the bark? The bark was a slab of geology. It absorbed the ripples. It ironed out the water. It provided the one thing the Son of Man could not find on the land: stillness. Elian realized, with a sudden swelling in his chest that felt like breaking, that his failure was a design. He had been so angry at his legs, so angry at the necessity of the heavy wood. He had cursed the weight, and yet the weight was the only reason the master could sleep. "I am the keeper of the rest," Elian thought. He watched a fly land on the rabbi's sandal. The dog snapped at it lazily, without lifting its head. The fly buzzed away. The sun began its slow slide down the western arc of the sky. The heat turned thick and syrupy. The water took on the texture of oil, heavy and slick. Elian felt a drowsiness tugging at his own eyelids. The rhythm of the oars, the heat, the silence. It was a powerful narcotic. He looked at the horizon toward the west, toward the gap in the hills known as the Valley of Pigeons. It was a notorious wind tunnel. In the afternoons, the cool air from the Mediterranean would sometimes rush through that gap, colliding with the hot air of the deep Rift Valley. The sky there was changing colour. It wasn't blue anymore. It was a bruised, sickly yellow, like the skin of an old peach. Elian frowned. He knew that colour. Every fisherman knew that colour. He looked at the sleeping rabbi. He looked at the heavy, flat sides of his boat. "Sleep while you can, teacher," Elian whispered, gripping the pine handles tighter until his knuckles turned white. "The ceiling is lowering." He began to row harder. He needed to get across. The slowness of the bark, which had been a virtue for the sermon and a cradle for the sleep, was about to become a liability. The air pressure dropped. Elian felt it in his ears, a subtle pop. The hair on his arms stood up. The birds, which had been circling high above, suddenly folded their wings and dropped toward the water, skimming the surface in a frantic rush to the reeds. The silence of the deep broke. It started as a whisper, a hissing sound from the west. Then it became a moan. Elian looked at the water around the boat. Moments ago, it had been glass. Now, the surface was shivering. Tiny ripples like goose flesh on skin raced across the dark water. He looked at the rabbi. He was still deep in the coma of exhaustion, motionless under the rough wool cloak. "Wake up," Elian thought, fear coiling in his gut like a cold snake. "Please, wake up." But he didn't call out. He didn't dare disturb the rest. Instead, he dug the heavy spoon blades into the water, fighting the inertia of the oak. Pull. The wind hit. It wasn't a gust. It was a hammer blow. The first blast of the squall struck the side of the boat with a physical impact that made the heavy timbers shudder. Elian's hat was ripped from his head and sent spinning into the darkening foam. The sky turned from yellow to charcoal in the span of a heartbeat, and the sleeping man did not move. The sky did not break. It collapsed. One moment, the air was a heavy, suffocating blanket of yellow heat. The next, it was a wall of cold, shrieking iron. The wind that descended from the Golan Heights was not a breeze. It was a katabatic avalanche, a dense river of air falling from the cliffs and slamming onto the warm surface of the lake with the force of a hammer striking an anvil. Elian saw the water turn white before he felt the spray. The surface of the sea, which had been oil smooth moments ago, was instantly shredded. The tops of the waves were sheared off and atomized into a blinding horizontal mist. Crack. The sound was like a whip breaking the sound barrier. Elian gasped as the cold air hit his lungs, freezing the sweat on his skin instantly. He gripped the pine oars, trying to turn the bow into the wind. "Head up," he screamed, though there was no one to hear him but the dog and the sleeper. "We must head up." He pulled on the right oar, but the wind was stronger than his back. It grabbed the blade as it lifted from the water and twisted it violently. The leather thong binding the oar to the thole pin groaned, stretched, and then snap. The right oar was ripped from his hand. It clattered uselessly against the gunwale, dangling by a shred of grease-soaked leather. The boat slewed sideways. In a normal vessel, a deep-keeled fishing boat like Simon's, this would be the moment of capsize. A boat caught broadside to a squall rolls over. But the bark was not a normal boat. It was a raft. It was a floating slab. When the first great wave hit them, a wall of green water rising 4 feet above the gunwale, the boat did not roll. It did not tip. Instead, it behaved exactly as Elian had designed it to. It sat flat. And because it sat flat, it did not ride over the wave. It sat there and let the wave crash onto it. Whoomp! Elian was blinded. Tons of water poured over the side and filling the spacious flat floor of the boat. It wasn't a splash, it was an inundation. The water swirled around his ankles, then his calves. The reed mat floated up. The clay lamp hissed and died, leaving them in a grey, howling twilight. "No," Elian choked, spitting water. "Too heavy. We are too heavy." He He realised with a sick, icy clarity the fatal flaw of his design. He had built the boat to be stable for a cripple on calm water. He had not built it to shed the sea. He had built a bathtub, and the tap was fully open. He looked to the stern. The rabbi was still lying there. The cloak Elian had placed over him was now soaked dark, plastered to his form. The water on the deck was sloshing around the platform where he lay, inches from his face. And yet, he slept. It was an impossible, terrifying sleep. The boat was shuddering under the impact of the waves. Boom, 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 like a drum being beaten by a giant. The wind was screaming like a wounded animal. The spray was stinging like hail, and the teacher lay curled on his side, his chest rising and falling in a slow, deep rhythm that had nothing to do with the chaos around him. It was as if he was existing in a separate pocket of time, a bubble of silence that the storm could not puncture. Elian scrambled out of his chair. He abandoned the remaining oar. You cannot row against a hurricane. You can only float or sink. He fell to his knees in the sloshing water. The dog was whimpering, pressing itself into the corner under the stern seat, eyes wide and rolling with terror. "Bail!" Elian screamed to himself. "No, we must bail!" He looked for a bucket. He had none. He had a clay water jug and the small wooden crate he used as a table. He grabbed the crate. He scooped up a box full of brown, churning water and threw it over the side. Scoop, throw, scoop, throw. It was pathetic. It was like trying to empty the ocean with a spoon. For every gallon he threw out, the sea dumped 10 more over the gunwale. The boat was sitting lower now. The buoyancy was failing. The oak was heavy. The pitch was heavy. And now the water weight was dragging them down. The waves were no longer breaking over the side. They were rolling straight in. Elian looked out into the grey void. He saw a flash of movement. Another boat. The Dove, perhaps 50 yards away. It was tossing wildly, pitching nose up, then nose down, disappearing entirely into the troughs before rocketing up again. He saw figures frantically bailing, hauling on ropes, shouting into the gale. They were fighting for their lives. Elian looked back at his own vessel. He wasn't fighting for his life anymore. He was fighting for the sleeper. He crawled toward the stern, dragging his useless leg through the water. He reached the platform. The water was lapping at the rabbi's sandals. "Teacher!" Elian screamed, grabbing the soaking wet shoulder of the man. "Teacher!" The rabbi did not stir. His head was pillowed on a coil of wet rope. His face was relaxed, the tension of the sermon gone. He looked like a child sleeping through a thunderstorm. Elian shook him harder. "Wake up! We are sinking!" A massive wave struck the bow. The boat groaned, a deep structural sound of wood being stressed beyond its limit. The bow dipped under green water. The entire vessel surged forward, sluggish and dying. Elian threw himself over the rabbi's body, shielding him from the spray. He wasn't thinking about theology. He wasn't thinking about miracles. He was thinking about the carpenter's son from Nazareth drowning in a box made by a cripple from Capernaum. "I failed," Elian sobbed, the sound torn away by the wind. "I built it wrong. I built it too low." The water was up to his waist now. The dog was swimming in the boat, paddling frantically to keep its head above the bilge. Elian looked at the face of Jesus beneath him. Rain and lake water ran down the rabbi's cheeks like tears. This was the end. The heavy oak would pull them down to the silt. They would become part of the geology of the rift. Terror, cold and absolute, gripped Elian's heart. Not the fear of death, but the fear of this death. To drown while the Saviour slept. To perish because the vessel was not worthy. He grabbed the rabbi's tunic with both hands and pulled, screaming with every ounce of air left in his lungs. "Master! Do you not care that we are perishing?" The cry cut through the wind. It was the raw, unfiltered accusation of the human soul against the silence of God. And then the eyes opened. They did not flutter. They did not blink in confusion. They simply opened. They were brown, dark as the deep water, but clear. There was no sleep in them, no disorientation. They focused instantly on Elian's terrified, dripping face. The rabbi sat up. He didn't scramble. He didn't look for a handhold. He sat up with the fluid grace of a man waking in his own bed on a quiet Sabbath morning. The water sloshed over his legs. The boat shuddered violently as another wave hammered the hull. The wind whipped his wet hair across his face. He looked at the water filling the boat. He looked at the swimming dog. He looked at the grey, shrieking wall of the storm. He did not look afraid. He looked annoyed. Not at Elian, not at the boat, but at the storm. He looked at the wind the way a father looks at a brawling child who has interrupted a serious conversation. He looked at the waves like a master craftsman looking at a tool that has malfunctioned and started to destroy the work. He stood up on the shifting, sinking deck of the waterlogged barge. He stood perfectly straight. He didn't brace his legs. He didn't hold the rail. He stepped past Elian, his wet robes heaviest in around him. He walked to the centre of the boat, where the water was deepest. He raised his hand, not a fist of defiance, just an open palm pressing against the air. He took a breath, and then he spoke. He didn't scream over the wind. He didn't shout. He spoke in a tone of absolute, crushing authority, the tone of someone speaking to a subordinate who has vastly overstepped their bounds. "Peace," he said to the wind. Then he looked at the heaving, black water. "Be still." The silence did not fall. It struck. In the natural world, a storm dies a lingering death. The wind gasps and wheezes before it fades. The waves, carrying the momentum of 1,000 miles, roll on for hours, slowly losing their jagged peaks until they become sullen swells. Nature has inertia. But this was not nature. This was command. The moment the words "be still" left the rabbi's lips, the atmosphere obeyed with a terrifying immediacy. The wind didn't die down, it vanished. The air, which a split second ago had been a shrieking torrent moving at 50 miles an hour, became instantly static. Elian felt his ears pop, a painful, sudden pressure change as the vacuum of the storm collapsed. And the water was the most frightening of all. The wave that had been looming over the bow, a towering wall of grey foam ready to crush them, didn't crash. It simply dissolved. It collapsed into itself, its energy stolen, its structure unmade. The surface of the lake churned into a chaotic frenzy of whitecaps, flattened out. It didn't settle slowly. It was as if a giant, invisible iron had been pressed down upon the sea, smoothing every wrinkle, every ripple, every bubble, until the water was a sheet of black obsidian. Drip, drip, drip. The sound was shockingly loud. It was water dripping from the hem of the rabbi's tunic onto the flooded deck. Elian sat frozen in the bilge water, his hands still gripping the gunwale, his mouth open in a scream that had been cut in half. He was trembling, not from the cold, but from a primitive, biological shock. His mind could not reconcile the two realities, the chaos of a heartbeat ago and the absolute zero of now. He looked at the rabbi. Jesus stood in the centre of the boat, the water around his ankles perfectly still. He lowered his hand. He didn't look triumphant. He didn't look like a wizard who had just cast a spell. He looked like a man who had simply turned off a noisy machine that was disturbing his rest. He pushed his wet hair back from his forehead. He took a deep breath of the sudden eerie calm. Then he turned to Elian. The look in his eyes was no longer the sleepy gaze of the passenger, nor the commanding glare of the master. It was a look of piercing, sorrowful inquiry. "Why are you so afraid?" he asked. His voice was quiet, yet in the acoustic perfection of the dead calm lake. It sounded like a bell tolling in a crypt. "Have you still no faith?" Elian couldn't answer. His tongue felt like a piece of dry wood in his mouth. Faith? How could he have faith? He was a carpenter. He worked with physics. He knew that wood floats, rocks sink, and storms break boats. He knew the laws of the universe. And he had just watched a man break those laws. Elian looked at the heavy oak ribs of his boat. He looked at the flat bottom that had kept them upright. He had trusted his engineering. He had trusted his ballast. But the ballast hadn't saved them. The man had... He sank back against the wet gunwale, feeling smaller than he had ever felt in his life. The fear of the storm was gone, replaced by a much deeper, darker dread. The fear of the holy. The storm could kill his body, but this man could dismantle his reality. "Who is this?" Elian whispered, the words leaking out of him. Who is this? That even the wind and the sea obey him?" The rabbi didn't answer. He simply sat down on the wet crate Elian had been using to bail. He looked tired again, but it was a different kind of fatigue. The heaviness of a teacher whose students are slow to learn. The dog, which had been cowering under the seat, crawled out. It shook itself violently, flap, 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 sending a spray of water over Elian. It sniffed the air, sneezed once, and then trotted over to the rabbi, licking the salt water from his hand. The normalcy of the animal broke the spell. Elian looked around. They were still floating. They were safe. They were sitting very low in the water. The boat was half full. The miracle had stopped the storm, but it hadn't emptied the bilge. That task still belonged to the hands of men. Without a word, Elian reached for the wooden crate the rabbi had just vacated. Jesus stood up, understanding the silent request. Elian took the crate and began to bail. Scoop, pour, scoop, pour. The sound of the water splashing back into the lake was the only noise in the universe. It was a rhythmic, mundane labour that helped ground Elian's spinning mind. He wasn't dead. He wasn't drowning. He was just a wet man in a wet boat, bailing out water under the light of the reappearing stars. The clouds had vanished as quickly as the wind, revealing a sky of piercing clarity. The Milky Way arched overhead, indifferent and beautiful. Elian bailed for an hour. His arms ached. His bad leg throbbed from the cold. But he didn't stop. He needed the work. He needed to do something with his hands to keep them from shaking. Jesus helped. He found the clay jar, now empty of water, and began to scoop alongside Elian. The Son of God and the crippled boat builder, shoulder to shoulder, emptying the lake from their wooden shell. When the floorboards were finally visible again, glistening with dampness, Elian collapsed back into his olive wood chair. "We are heavy," Elian rasped. "The wood has drunk deep. It held," Jesus said. He was wringing out the hem of his robe. It did not break. Elian looked at the boat. The bark was sodden, dark, and ugly, but it was true. The light, fast boats, the Dove, the Swift, where were they? He scanned the horizon. Far off, miles to the north, he saw faint lights, lanterns. The other boats had been blown downwind, scattered toward Capernaum or Bethsaida. They had run before the gale, but the bark, heavy and slow, had stayed the course. It had taken the beating and remained. "We are alone," Elian noted. "We are where we need to be," Jesus replied. He pointed toward the eastern shore, now looming as a black, jagged silhouette against the stars. The country of the Gerasenes. Elian shivered. The Gerasenes. It was Gentile territory. A place of pig farmers, Greek ruins, and tombs. It was an unclean land. No respectable Jew went there. "Why there?" Elian asked. "There is nothing there but rocks and shadows." "Because," Jesus said, looking toward the dark cliffs with a strange intensity, "there is a storm there too. A storm that water cannot drown." He gestured for Elian to row. Elian found the one remaining oar. The other was gone, lost to the deep. He looked at the single pine pole in his hand. "I have only one wing, Rabbi," he said. "Then we will move slowly," Jesus said. "Row." Elian fitted the oar into the stern notch, the sculling position. It was a technique used for moving heavy loads in harbours. You stood at the back and moved the single oar back and forth like the tail of a fish. He stood up, bracing his bad leg against the transom, He began to scull. Swish, swish. The boat moved forward, silent as a ghost. The water was so flat that the stars reflected perfectly on the surface, making it feel as though they were gliding through the sky itself. They approached the shore. It was not a welcoming beach like Capernaum. It was a rocky, desolate coast. Steep cliffs rose straight from the water, honeycombed with caves. The smell hitting them was different. It wasn't the smell of fish and cooking fires. It was the smell of dry dust, wild sage, and something old and decaying. Elian steered the boat toward a small strip of shingle between two boulders. The keel grounded with a harsh crunch. They had arrived. The silence here was different from the silence of the lake. The lake's silence was peaceful. This silence was heavy, watchful. It felt like a breath being held. Jesus stepped out of the boat. His feet crunched on the alien stones. He didn't wait. He didn't look back. He began to walk up the path that wound toward the caves, the tombs. Elian stayed in the boat. He grabbed the dog by the scruff of the neck as it tried to follow. "No, Captain," he whispered, his voice trembling. "We stay. This is not our ground." He watched the rabbi ascend the hill, a solitary figure walking into the dark. And then, from the black mouths of the tombs, a sound erupted. It wasn't wind. It wasn't water. It was a scream, human, yet stripped of all humanity. A shriek of pure, unadulterated torment that made the hair on Elian's arms stand up and the dog whimper in terror. "What have you to do with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God?" The voice echoed off the cliffs, shattering the peace of the night. Elian gripped the gunwale of his boat. He realized then that the storm on the lake had been merely the overture. The real battle was about to begin, and his heavy, flat-bottomed boat was the only lifeline back to the world of the living. The scream that had torn the night open did not fade. It hung in the air like the echo of a bell struck in a canyon. It was a sound that belonged to neither man nor beast, a jagged frequency that set Elian's teeth on edge and sent the dog cowering beneath the stern seat, whimpering with a high, thin pitch of absolute terror. Elian sat frozen in the bark, his hand gripping the gunwale so hard his fingernails dug into the soft, waterlogged oak. He was grounded on the shingle of a foreign shore, in the shadow of tombs that looked like black, toothless mouths carved into the limestone cliffs. This was the Decapolis, the land of the 10 cities, the land of the Gentiles. To a Jew of the Galilee, this soil was spiritually radioactive. It was unclean. And now, watching the scene unfold on the rocky slope above him, Elian understood why. A figure emerged from the shadows of the sepulchres. It was a man, though barely recognizable as one. He was naked, his skin a roadmap of scars and fresh wounds, pale as a corpse in the starlight. He did not walk, he lurched. His movements were spasmodic, as if his limbs were being pulled by invisible, conflicting strings. Chains, broken iron shackles, dangled from his wrists and ankles, clinking with a dull, heavy rhythm that counterpointed his erratic gait. Clink-drag, clink-drag. Elian watched, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He had seen madmen before, beggars in the market who spoke to invisible flies, old soldiers whose minds had shattered in the wars. But this was different. This was not an absence of mind. It was an overcrowding. The man was running down the steep slope, straight toward the rabbi. He will kill him, Elian thought, his hand instinctively reaching for the single pine oar, a useless weapon against such fury. He will tear the teacher apart. But the rabbi did not flinch. He did not retreat. He stood on the rocky beach, the water of the lake still lapping at his heels, his wet robes clinging to his legs. He stood with the same stillness he had worn in the centre of the storm. He was a vertical line of peace drawn against a chaotic landscape of torment. The madman didn't attack. He fell. He collapsed into the dust at Jesus' feet, his body convulsing. He wasn't worshipping. He was cowering. It was the reaction of a creature of the dark suddenly exposed to a blinding light. "Jesus, Son of the Most High God, the voice shrieked again, tearing from the man's throat with a violence that sprayed bloody spittle onto the stones. I adjure you by God, do not torment me. Elian shrank back into the boat. The voice was wrong. It sounded like gravel grinding together. It sounded like many voices layered over one another, a dissonant choir of agony. Elian looked at the dog. The animal was shaking violently, its eyes squeezed shut. Animals know. They sense the unnatural before men do. The air around the boat had grown cold, not the clean cold of the wind, but a stagnant, oily chill that smelled of sulphur and old blood. The rabbi spoke. Elian couldn't hear the words clearly. The wind had shifted, carrying the sound away, but he saw the gesture. A hand raised, a finger pointing. Not an accusation, but an eviction. What is your name? The question drifted down to the water. My name is Legion, the voice screamed back, echoing off the cliffs. For we are many. Legion, Elian shuddered. A Roman legion was 6,000 men. 6,000 soldiers marching in lockstep. 6,000 swords. To think of that weight, that crushing multiplicity, pressed inside the fragile skull of a single human being. It was a horror beyond comprehension. Elian looked away. He couldn't bear to watch the man writhing in the dust. His eyes drifted up the hillside, seeking something normal, something mundane to anchor his sanity. He saw the pigs. High up on the plateau, silhouetted against the starry sky, was a massive herd of swine. There were thousands of them, a dark, shifting carpet of bodies rooting in the sparse vegetation. To Elian, they were disgusting creatures, unclean, forbidden meat. But right now, they were just animals. They were grazing, they were normal. But then, the normality broke. The rabbi had spoken again. A command, a permission. Elian felt the change in the air pressure, a sudden vacuum like the one that had preceded the storm. A shadow, felt rather than seen, seemed to detach itself from the man on the beach. It rushed up the hillside like a dark wind, rippling through the dry grass. The herd of pigs stopped eating. 2,000 heads lifted in unison. 2,000 pairs of eyes went wide. A squeal, high-pitched and terrified, rippled through the herd. Then another, then a cacophony. The dark mass on the hill began to move. It wasn't a drift. It was a stampede. The pigs were running, but they weren't running away from something. They were running toward nothing. They charged toward the cliff edge. No, Elian whispered, standing up in the boat. No. It was a waterfall of flesh. The herd poured over the precipice. Squealing, tumbling, flailing bodies plummeted 50 feet down into the sea. Splash, splash, boom! The sound was deafening. It was the sound of the hailstorm made of meat. The water, which had been perfectly calm, erupted into a chaotic froth. Elian frantically shoved his single oar into the shingle and pushed. Back! Back! He had to get away from the cliff base. The pigs were hitting the water just 50 yards to his right. The waves caused by their impact were rocking the bark. The water around the boat turned dark and turbulent. Carcasses began to surface, bloated, hairy shapes bobbing in the starlight. The smell of wet fur and sudden death filled the air, choking and thick. The sheer scale of the destruction was paralyzing. Minutes ago, it had been a quiet night. Now, the sea was a graveyard. Elian sculled the boat out to a safer distance, his stomach churning. He looked at the water. It was polluted. It was full of death. His boat, his sanctuary, was floating in a soup of the unclean. He looked back at the shore. The noise of the pigs had ceased. The screaming of the man had ceased. The silence that returned was absolute, heavy and profound. On the beach, the rabbi was still standing, and at his feet, the man was sitting. He wasn't writhing. He wasn't cutting himself. He was just sitting. He had pulled his knees to his chest. He was weeping, but these were human tears. Soft, rhythmic sobs of relief, like a child who has been found after being lost in the woods. Jesus took off his outer cloak, the one Elian had lent him, now dry, and draped it over the man's naked shoulders. The man touched the fabric. He looked at his hands, free of chains. He looked at the sky. He looked at Jesus. Elian stopped rowing. The horror of the pigs faded, replaced by the staggering reality of the scene on the beach. The legion was gone. The army had been drowned. The man remained. Elian looked at the dead pigs bobbing in the water, then at the man sitting in his right mind. It was a brutal arithmetic. 2,000 swine for one soul. The economy of heaven was terrifying. It valued one broken, scarred human life more than the entire wealth of the Decapolis. A sound from the top of the cliff made Elian look up. Torches were appearing. The herdsmen, who had fled in terror, were returning, bringing the people from the nearby city. They were coming to see what had happened to their livestock. They were coming with anger. Elian saw the lights winding down the path like a snake of fire. He knew what would happen. They wouldn't see the miracle. They would only see the loss. They wouldn't care about the man. They would only care about the pigs. "Teacher," Elian whispered, though Jesus couldn't hear him. "We must go. They will not thank you." Jesus seemed to sense the change in the atmosphere. He turned and looked at the approaching torches. He didn't argue. He didn't prepare a defense. He simply turned back to the man, placed a hand on his head in a final blessing, and then turned toward the water. He walked toward the boat. Elian sculled the bark back to the shingle. The water was thick with debris, bumping softly against the hull. Jesus climbed in. He looked weary, drained of colour. The encounter had cost him something visceral. He sat down heavily on the stern seat. "Let us go," he said quietly. "Teacher." The man on the beach cried out. He scrambled up, clutching the cloak around him, wading into the water. "Let me go with you. Please, don't leave me here." Jesus looked at him. The refusal in his eyes was gentle but firm. "No," Jesus said. "Go home to your friends and tell them how much the Lord has done for you, and how he has had mercy on you." The man stopped. He stood in the knee-deep water, the dead pigs floating past him. He looked heartbroken, but he nodded. He was a soldier now, under new orders. Elian pushed off. He drove the single oar deep into the water, steering them away from the nightmare shore. They glided out into the clean, deep water. Elian rowed until the torches on the cliff were just distant sparks, until the smell of the pigs faded, until the only sound was the rhythmic swish of the oar and the breathing of the sleeping dog. He looked at the rabbi. Jesus was staring back at the receding shore, his face unreadable in the dark. Elian looked down at his own hands. They were trembling. He had seen the wind obey. He had seen the demons flee. He had seen the value of a single soul weighed against a mountain of gold. And he was ferrying the one who held the scales. "We are heavy, Rabbi," Elian said softly, breaking the silence. "But not with water." Jesus looked at him, and in the starlight, Elian saw a flash of that deep, knowing warmth. "No, Elian," he replied. "We are lighter than we have ever been." The return journey was a study in slow, rhythmic persistence. With only one oar remaining, Elian could not row in the traditional sense. He stood at the stern, his bad leg wedged against the transom for leverage, and worked the single pine pole in a figure-eight motion, a technique known as sculling. It was the motion of a fish's tail, a continuous, fluid pressure against the water that propelled the heavy barge forward with a deceptively smooth glide. Swish, swirl. Swish, swirl. The sound was hypnotic, a soft whisper that erased the terrifying echoes of the Gerasene cliffs. Jesus sat on the centre bench, the olive wood chair Elian had carved for himself. He sat with his elbows on his knees, head bowed, watching the water slip past the hull. He seemed to be washing his mind, letting the clean, dark silence of the deep lake rinse away the psychic residue of the legion. The dog lay at his feet, sound asleep, twitching occasionally as it chased phantom rabbits through dream fields that were safe and dry. Elian watched the rabbi's back. He felt a strange, new intimacy with this man. They had bailed water together. They had faced the wind together. They had fled the darkness together. The barrier of holy man and cripple had been eroded by the shared survival. "It is a long way back with one wing," Elian said, his voice raspy in the cool air. The exertion was beginning to burn in his shoulder. Jesus turned slightly, shifting in the seat. He looked at the single oar moving back and forth in Elian's hands. "The bird that flies with a broken wing must learn to glide," Jesus said. "It takes longer, but it sees more of the ground." Elian grunted, pushing the blade against the resistance of the lake. "I've seen enough of the ground, Rabbi. I've spent my life looking at the dirt." He paused, the rhythm of his sculling faltering for a beat. The question that had been festering in his heart for years, the question that had driven him to build this ridiculous, heavy boat, suddenly demanded release. "Why?" Elian asked. He didn't look at Jesus. He looked at the wake trailing behind them. "Why is the wood so heavy? Why is the leg so weak? Why must I build a barge while others build wings?" It was the question of every broken thing. "Why was I made this way?" Jesus stood up. He walked to the stern, standing next to Elian. The boat didn't rock. The wide, flat bottom absorbed his weight as if he were merely a shadow. He placed a hand on the thick oak gunwale, the sheer strake that Elian had sanded until his fingers bled. "You built this boat wide," Jesus observed, running his thumb over the grain. "Why?" "Because I fall," Elian answered, shame heating his cheeks in the darkness. "Because I cannot balance on a keel. I needed a floor. I needed the water to be like the earth. And because you built it wide," Jesus continued, his voice soft, "it is heavy. It pushes deep into the water. It drags." "Yes," Elian said bitterly. "It is a slug. Jareth calls it the coffin lid. But Elian," Jesus said, turning to look him full in the face, "if it were narrow, if it were light, could I have slept?" Elian stopped sculling. The boat drifted. "If it were fast," Jesus went on, "could I have stood at the prow to teach the multitude without falling? When the crowd pushed, would a light boat have held its ground?" Elian's mind flashed back to the sermon. He remembered Simon's boat rocking wildly. He remembered his own boat sitting like a stone. "And tonight," Jesus whispered, looking back toward the invisible shore of the Gerasenes, "when the winds came down and the waves broke, a light boat would have capsized. A fast boat would have been tossed into the sky." He pressed his hand firmly onto the oak. "It was the weight that saved us. Elian, it was the drag. You built a vessel that refuses to move, and because it refuses to move, it became a sanctuary." Elian stared at the teacher. He felt a shifting in his chest, tectonic plates of self-loathing grinding against a new, terrifying hope. "You mean," Elian stammered, "you mean the floor was the purpose? The stone that the builders rejected," Jesus said, quoting the psalm with a strange, fierce smile, "has become the cornerstone." He reached out and took the oar from Elian's hand. "Rest," he commanded gently. "Your shoulder is fire. I will row." "Rabbi." "No," Elian protested, horrified. "You are the teacher. I am the boatman." "Tonight," Jesus said, fitting the oar into the notch with a practiced hand, "we're just two carpenters going home." Elian sank onto the reed mat. His legs were trembling. He watched as the Son of Man took the position of the servant. Jesus began to scull. His movement was not the practiced, efficient motion of Elian, but it was strong. Swish, swish. The boat moved forward. Elian lay back, looking up at the stars. The same stars he had watched alone for so many nights. But they looked different now. They didn't look cold. They looked like an audience. He thought about his twisted leg. He thought about the years of exclusion, the years of watching the runners and the dancers. He had built this boat as a concession to his weakness. He had hidden in the design. But the master had stepped into his hiding place and turned it into a pulpit. He had turned the coffin lid into an ark. "I am not fast," Elian thought, tears pricking his eyes, and "I will never be fast. But I am steady, and the steady one needs a steady place. He closed his eyes. The sound of the water against the hull was a lullaby. The rhythm of the rabbi's rowing was a heartbeat. "Sleep, Elian." Jesus' voice came from above, blending with the wind. "We will be in Capernaum by dawn." And for the second time that night, a man slept in the boat while the storm of the world waited outside. But this time, the sleeper was the one who needed saving. The sky began to bleed into grey. The indigo of the night softened to the hue of a dove's wing. Elian woke to the sound of seagulls. The sharp, raucous cry of the morning scavengers. He sat up, stiff and cold, rubbing his face. The boat was no longer moving. It was drifting gently. He looked up. Jesus was sitting in the olive wood chair, watching the sunrise over the Golan Heights. The oar was shipped. "Look," Jesus said, pointing to the north. Elian turned. Capernaum lay before them. Perhaps a mile away, the town was waking up. Smoke rose from the cooking fires. The fishing fleet was returning from the night's work, their sails glowing orange in the first light. But something was happening on the shore. Even from this distance, Elian could see the dark mass of people gathering again. The crowd had returned, or perhaps they had never left. They were lining the beach, waiting. The rumour of the rabbi's return had evidently flown faster than the boat. "They are waiting," Elian said, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. "The hungry mouths." "Yes," Jesus said, standing up. "The work continues." He looked at Elian. "Drop me at the piers, Elian. Not the cove. The piers." "The piers?" Elian asked. "But the piers are for the merchants, for the big boats, for the swift." "Today," Jesus said, "we arrive at the main gate." Elian nodded. He understood. He wasn't sneaking back in. He wasn't the cripple hiding in the reeds anymore. He grabbed the single oar. He stood tall in the stern. He began to scull. He didn't hug the coastline. He steered the bark straight toward the centre of the harbour. He passed the marker buoys. He passed the smaller skiffs. Fishermen on the other boats stopped their work to watch. They saw the wide, ugly, flat-bottomed barge coming in from the deep water. They saw the single oar moving. They saw the man with the twisted leg standing proud at the helm. And they saw who was sitting in the captain's chair. Jareth, on the deck of the Swift, paused with a net in his hand. He watched the bark glide past. He didn't laugh. He didn't shout an insult. He stared with open-mouthed wonder at the vessel that had survived the storm that had scattered the rest of them. Elian drove the boat toward the main stone pier. The crowd surged forward, shouting the rabbi's name. "Steady," Elian whispered to himself. "Bring her in steady." He reversed the stroke, slowing the heavy momentum. The boat drifted in, turning sideways. The oak hull kissed the stone pier with a gentle thud. Perfect placement. Jesus stood up. He gathered his robes. He looked at Elian one last time. "Thank you, Elian," he said, "for the ride and for the rest." He stepped onto the pier. The crowd swallowed him instantly. The noise, the demands, the chaos, it all rushed back in. But Elian stayed in the boat. He stood there holding his single oar, watching the vortex of humanity move away. He was alone again. But the loneliness was gone. He looked at the dog, was wagging its tail at a seagull. He looked at the heavy, scarred oak of his vessel. "We are not a coffin," Elian said aloud, his voice strong over the water. "We are a foundation." He pushed off from the pier, turning the bow back toward his quiet cove. He had work to do. He had to dry the wood. He had to fix the thole pin. He had to carve a new oar. He was Elian of the bark, and he was ready for the next storm. The adrenaline of that storm had evaporated, leaving behind a residue of leaden exhaustion. Elian sat on the warm sand of his cove, his back resting against the limestone cliff, watching the morning light play across the hull of the bark. The boat was beached. It lay heavy and dormant on the shingle, like a great black beast recovering from a hunt. It had returned from the dead land of the Gerasenes, and it bore the scars of the journey. The oak planks, usually matte with pitch, were streaked with white salt residue. The bilge was still damp with the foul water of the other side. A piece of kelp, alien and slimy, was draped over the thole pin like a badge of dishonour. "A dirty captain," Elian murmured. The dog, lying in a patch of shade under a tamarisk bush, thumped its tail once but did not open its eyes. It, too, was recovering. It had seen demons and drowning pigs. It had earned a long sleep. Elian forced himself to stand. His bad leg was stiff, the muscles contracted into a painful knot from hours of bracing against the roll of the sea. He grabbed his staff and limped toward the water's edge. He could not leave the boat like this. To leave it salt-crusted and smelling of the tomb shore felt like a sacrilege. It had carried the Holy One. It had served as the pillow for the Son of Man. It deserved to be clean. He gathered his tools, a bucket of stiff leather, a brush made of coarse palm fibres, and a bundle of dried hyssop. He limped to the shallow pool where a freshwater spring trickled down from the rocks before meeting the lake. He filled the bucket. The water was sweet and cold. He began the ritual of purification. He started at the prow. He dipped the brush into the fresh water and scrubbed the gunwale. Scrub swish, scrub swish. The salt dissolved. The grey residue vanished, revealing the deep, dark brown of the oak beneath. He worked his way down the side, washing away the memory of the storm. He cleaned the oarlock where the leather strap had snapped. He would need to braid a new one, stronger this time. Then he climbed inside. The floorboards were the hardest part. They were stained with the muddy footprints of the Gerasene madman who had tried to cling to the side. They were stained with the lake water that had flooded them. Elian got down on his hands and knees. He poured the water. He scrubbed. He reached the stern, the raised platform where Jesus had slept. He stopped. The wood here looked ordinary. It was just oak, rough-hewn and sealed with bitumen. But Elian stared at it as if it were the Ark of the Covenant. Here, the head of the Master had rested. Here, the breath of God had moved in the slow rhythm of sleep while the elements raged. Elian dipped the hyssop into the water. He didn't scrub this part. He washed it gently, blotting the wood with a rag of clean linen he had brought from the shack. It was an act of tenderness, a silent liturgy performed by a cripple in an empty cove. "You held him," Elian whispered to the wood. "You held him when the world tried to break him." He felt a strange kinship with the timber. The oak had been cut down, stripped of its leaves, severed from its roots, and forced into a shape it didn't choose. It had suffered. And because it had suffered, it had become useful. "Elian," the voice startled him. He dropped the rag. He turned, expecting to see a fisherman coming to mock his cleaning efforts. Look at Elian, washing his tub like it's a Roman galley. But it wasn't a fisherman. It was a boy. It was the same boy, Micah, the son of the weaver, who had thrown the stone at the boat weeks ago, the one who had called it a coffin lid. Micah was standing at the edge of the water, his tunic tucked into his belt, holding a fishing rod made of a simple reed. But he wasn't fishing. He was staring at the boat. His eyes were wide, round with a mixture of curiosity and hesitation. Elian stiffened. He picked up his brush. Defensive. "The stones are further up the beach. Micah. If you want to throw..." The boy flushed, looking down at his bare feet. He dug his toe into the wet sand. "I didn't come to throw," he mumbled. "Then what?" Elian asked, dipping his brush back into the bucket. "I am busy. The salt eats the wood." Micah took a step closer, splashing softly in the shallows. He pointed the tip of his reed rod toward the stern of the boat. "Is it true?" the boy asked. "Is what true? That the teacher slept there?" Elian paused. The rumour mill of Capernaum was faster than the wind. Jareth must have told them. Or perhaps the people on the pier had seen the arrival. "He slept," Elian said shortly. "He was tired." Micah's eyes travelled over the flat, ugly hull of the bark. He didn't look at it with disdain anymore. He looked at it the way one looks at a weapon that has won a war, or a shield that has blocked a fatal arrow. My father said... Micah hesitated, then rushed on. My father said the storm broke Jareth's mast. He said the dove almost sank. He said everyone ran away. Elian scrubbed a stain on the floorboard. The wind was strong. But you didn't run, Micah said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, tinged with awe. You stayed out there, in the deep. Elian stopped scrubbing. He looked at the boy. He saw the shift in the boy's gaze. The lens had changed. Yesterday, Elian was the cripple with the bathtub. Today, he was the pilot of the storm. We did not stay by choice, Micah, Elian said gently, trying to deflate the myth before it grew too large. We are slow. We could not run. The storm caught us. But you didn't sink, Micah insisted. He stepped right up to the gunwale. He reached out a hesitant hand and touched the thick, black side of the boat. It's solid. It is heavy, Elian corrected. Can I... Micah looked at Elian, then at the interior of the boat. Can I see where he stood when he did the miracle? Elian looked at the clean floorboards. He looked at the boy's dirty feet. A day ago, he would have chased the child away. He would have hoarded his sanctuary. But he remembered the rabbi's words. The bird that flies with a broken wing must learn to glide. He remembered the open hand. Elian sighed. He gestured with his chin. Wipe your feet first, he said. The sand scratches the pitch. Micah's face lit up. He vigorously wiped his feet on the back of his calves, then scrambled over the gunwale. The boat barely shifted. The boy stood in the centre of the boat. He looked around. He stood in the spot where Jesus had stood. He closed his eyes, imagining the wind, the waves, the command. Pisua, the boy whispered, mimicking the tone he imagined the hero used. Be still. Elian watched him. He felt a strange tightening in his throat. He realised that the bark was no longer just his. It had become a story. It had become a monument. It feels safe, Micah said, opening his eyes. It doesn't wiggle like my father's boat. No, Elian said, wringing out his rag. It does not wiggle. Micah looked at Elian. For the first time, he didn't look at the withered leg. He looked at Elian's eyes. Are you going out again? Micah asked. Tonight? I go out every night, Elian said. I am the keeper of the shallows. Can I come? The question hung in the hot morning air. Elian looked at the solitude he'd cherished for so long. He looked at the empty seat where the rabbi had sat. He looked at the boy who was lonely for a hero. It is boring, Elian warned. We do not catch fish. We just float. I don't care, Micah said. I just want to be on the boat that didn't sink. Elian nodded slowly. Ask your father. If he says yes, bring a cloak. It gets cold in the deep. Micah whooped, a bright, sharp sound that woke the dog. He scrambled out of the boat, splashing into the water. I'll be back, he shouted, running up the beach, his fishing rod trailing behind him. I'll bring some figs. Elian watched him go. He turned back to his cleaning. He wiped the last of the kerosene dust from the stern. The boat was clean now, but it was no longer empty. The silence he had cultivated was broken, not by noise, but by connection. He sat down in his olive wood chair. He looked at the horizon. You changed the physics. Rabbi, Elian whispered. You made the heavy things float. And now, you're making the lonely things crowded. He picked up the dog and set it on the mat. Rest up, Captain, he said. We have a crew tonight. The sun was surrendering its hold on the sky, bleeding out in streaks of pomegranate and bruised violet behind the ridges of Mount Arbel. The heat of the day lingered in the sand, but the air above the water was already turning crisp, carrying the coolness of the deep springs. Elian stood by the stern of the bark, waiting. He had spent the afternoon working with a piece of seasoned ashwood he had traded for the last of his coins. It was a good piece of timber, straight-grained and honest. He had carved a new oar to replace the one lost to the storm. It was rougher than the original, the blade a little less symmetrical, but it was strong. He had greased the leather thong with sheep's tallow until it was slick and pliable. He looked up the beach. He didn't have to wait long. A figure appeared at the top of the dune, silhouetted against the darkening sky. It was Micah. The boy wasn't walking. He was practically vibrating with kinetic energy. He slid down the sandy embankment, kicking up little clouds of dust, holding a small woven basket in one hand and clutching his tunic with the other. "I'm here," Micah announced, breathless, skidding to a halt a few feet from the water. "My father said yes. He said, if Elian wants to drown you, that's one less mouth to feed." But he laughed when he said it. "So it's okay," Elian suppressed a smile. "Your father is a practical man. Did you bring the payment?" Micah held up the basket. "Figs." "The dark ones? They're really sweet." "Good. Stow them under the seat. And the cloak?" "Here." Micah patted a bundle of grey wool tied across his back. "Then climb aboard. Sailor. The tide waits for no one, though the bark usually waits for everyone." Micah scrambled over the gunwale with the agility of a sand crab. The dog, who had been dozing on the reed mat, lifted its head, sniffed the boy's ankles, and gave a welcoming sneeze before settling back down. Elian followed, the familiar ritual of hoisting his bad leg over the side now feeling less like a struggle and more like a handshake with the wood. "Take the bow," Elian commanded, pointing to the front bench. "I will take the stern. We have 2 oars tonight. We row together." Micah's eyes went wide. He grabbed the handle of the forward oar. He gripped it like a spear, his knuckles white. "Ready?" the boy shouted, as if they were about to charge a Roman phalanx. "Softly, Micah," Elian cautioned. "This is not a race. If you fight the oak wins. Listen to the water." Elian pushed them off the sand with his staff. The boat drifted into the shallows. "Row," Elian said. Micah exploded into motion. He yanked the oar back with all the frantic strength of a 12-year-old boy. Splash! The blade hit the water awkwardly, throwing a spray of cold drops into Elian's face. The boat lurched to the left. "Too fast," Elian said, wiping his eyes. Micah tried again. Yank! The oar slipped out of the thole pin. The boy fell backward off the bench, landing on the reed mat next to the startled dog. Elian didn't laugh. He simply held the boat steady with his own oar. "You are rowing like a fisherman," Elian said gently. "Fishermen row to get to the fish. They're always in a hurry. But this..." He patted the heavy gunwale. "This is a barge. It has momentum. You cannot force it. You must persuade it." Micah sat up, rubbing his elbow, looking embarrassed. "It's too heavy. It feels like pulling a house." "It is a house," Elian agreed. "Now, watch me," Elian demonstrated. He didn't use his arms first. He engaged his back, pressing into the olive wood chair. He leaned forward slowly, dipped the blade silently, slip, and then pulled with a long, steady draw that lasted 3 full seconds. Pull. 2, 3. Recover. 2, 3. It is a heartbeat. Micah. Not a drum roll. Try again. "Match me." Micah got back on the bench. He took a breath. He watched Elian's back. Dip. Pull. They moved. The first few strokes were clumsy, the oars clicking against each other, the rhythms syncopated. But slowly the boy began to understand the physics of the heavy boat. He realised that if he yanked, the inertia fought him. But if he pulled steadily, the weight of the boat actually helped maintain the glide. Creak hush, creak hush. They found the groove. The sun vanished completely. The first stars punctured the twilight, faint pinpricks of light that grew bolder with every stroke. They rowed in silence for 20 minutes, leaving the noise of Capernaum behind. The fires of the village became a distant necklace of orange beads. Elian steered them toward the deep centre, but not as far as the storm zone, just far enough to feel the true silence. "Rest oars," Elian whispered. They lifted the blades and let them drip. The boat drifted, turning slowly in the gentle current. Micah was panting slightly, his face flushed. He looked around at the vast, dark expanse. To a boy used to the crowded streets and the noisy courtyard of his father's house, this amount of emptiness was startling. "It's quiet," Micah whispered. "Yes," Elian said. He reached for the basket of figs. He tossed one to the boy and took one for himself. The fruit was soft, bursting with sugar and seeds, a taste of earth to contrast the smell of water. Micah chewed thoughtfully. "Is this what he did?" the boy asked suddenly. "The rabbi, did he just sit here?" "He slept," Elian corrected, "most of the time. But when he woke up, when he yelled at the wind..." Micah looked at the water as if expecting a monster to surface. "Were you scared?" Elian looked at his hands, calloused and stained with pitch. "I was terrified. Micah, I thought we were going to die." "But he saved you." "He saved the boat," Elian said. "But..." He paused, searching for the words that would make sense to a child. The scariest part wasn't the wind. The scariest part was the silence. When he spoke, the world just stopped. It was like standing next to a mountain that suddenly decided to move. Micah shivered, pulling his cloak tighter. "My father says he's a magician. He says he learned tricks in Egypt." "Your father knows how to weave cloth," Elian said diplomatically. "He knows the warp and the weft. But he does not know the water. You cannot trick a storm, Micah. You cannot fool a wave. The water is honest. If you lie to the water, you sink." "So, he's real?" Micah asked, his voice small. Elian looked at the stern platform, the empty space where the master had lain. "He is heavier than the world," Elian said. "That is the only way I can explain it. He has more gravity. When he steps in, the boat settles." They sat in silence for a long time. The moon rose, a sliver of silver curved like a reaper's hook. It cast a faint, ghostly path across the water. Micah leaned over the gunwale, trailing his fingers in the cool water. "Elian?" "Yes?" "Can I come again tomorrow?" Elian looked at the boy. He saw the loneliness there, the loneliness of a dreamer in a town of labourers. He recognised it because he had worn it for 20 years. "The boat is heavy," Elian warned. "It takes two to row it well." "I'm getting stronger," Micah said, flexing a thin arm. "I pulled good at the end, didn't I?" "You pulled well," Elian conceded. "You're learning the slow rhythm." "Then I'm the first mate," Micah declared, grinning in the moonlight. "And the dog is the admiral." Elian chuckled. The sound was rusty, unused, but it felt good in his chest. "Very well, first mate. But tomorrow, we bring olives. The figs are too sticky." "Deal." Elian grabbed his oar. "Ready positions. We head back." "The Admiral needs his supper." They began to row. This time, the synchronization came faster. The heavy oak boat, piloted by a cripple and a child, moved through the starlit water with a dignity that the swift skiffs could never possess. As they neared the shore, Elian realized that the cove had changed. It was no longer just a place to hide. It was a harbour. And a harbour, by definition, is a place where voyages begin. The secret of the cove was not a secret anymore. It had become a whisper, and whispers in Capernaum travelled faster than the wind down the Jordan Valley. Elian had thought his isolation was a wall. He discovered it was merely a door he hadn't locked. It began with Micah. The boy was the breach in the dam. For a week, Micah had arrived every evening at sunset, bringing figs, olives, or sometimes just a pocketful of smooth stones to skip. He brought his youth, his noise, and his relentless curiosity. He was the first mate, and he took his duties with a solemnity that bordered on the comical. He polished the brass fittings, though there were none, so he polished the copper nails. He coiled the ropes into perfect, concentric circles. He brushed the dog until the animal's coat shone like burnished wheat. But tonight, Micah brought something else. Elian was already in the boat, adjusting the leather thong on the port oar, when he heard the approach. It wasn't the usual scampering of bare feet. It was a slow, shuffling rhythm. Step, drag, tap. He looked up. Micah was descending the dune path, but he was moving backward, holding the hand of a woman. She was old. How old? Elian could not guess. Her face was a landscape of deep fissures, her skin the colour of dried parchment. She was wrapped in layers of shawls despite the lingering heat of the day. But it was her movement that caught Elian's eye. She was vibrating. Her head nodded in a constant, rhythmic tremor. Her hands, clutching Micah's small fingers, shook with a palsy that travelled up her arms and seemed to rattle her very bones. She moved as if the ground beneath her was unstable, as if she were walking on the deck of a ship in a gale, even though she was on solid earth. Elian stiffened. He dropped the leather strap. "Micah!" Elian called out, his voice sharp. "What is this?" Micah guided the woman to a flat rock near the water's edge and helped her sit. She collapsed onto it with a sigh that was half groan, half relief. "This is Mara," Micah said, looking up at Elian with defiant, pleading eyes. "She's my grandmother's neighbour. She can't sleep." Elian looked at the woman. Mara. He knew the name. It meant bitter. "The ground shakes for her," Micah explained, lowering his voice as he walked over to the boat. "She says the bed shakes. The floor shakes. She hasn't slept through the night since the Roman census." "And you brought her to a boat?" Elian asked, incredulous. "Micah, a boat moves. If the ground shakes for her, the water will be a torment." "Not this boat," Micah said. He placed his hand on the heavy oak gunwale. "Not the coffin lid. You said it yourself. Elian, it's a floor. It's a slab." Elian looked at the boy, then at the trembling woman. He felt a surge of defensive anger. This was his sanctuary. He had shared it with the boy because the boy was light and harmless. But this was a burden. He was not a nursemaid. He was a cripple who just wanted to be alone with the stars. "It is unsafe," Elian grunted. "She cannot climb in. The sides are too high." "We can lift her," Micah insisted. "I'm strong. And you know how to leverage things." The woman, Mara, looked up. Her eyes were milky with cataracts, but she found Elian's silhouette. "I will not trouble you, Master Builder," she quavered, her voice shaking in time with her head. The boy said there is a stillness here. He said the Nazarene found sleep in your wood." The mention of the rabbi stopped Elian cold. He looked at the stern platform. He remembered the sleeping form of Jesus. He remembered the lesson of the weight. The heavy things are the ones that remain. He let out a long, ragged breath. He was trapped by his own miracle. "Bring the crate," Elian commanded, pointing to a sturdy wooden box near the shack. "We will make a step." The loading was a delicate operation. Elian had to get out of the boat, a struggle in itself, to help. Together, the crippled man and the young boy maneuvered the trembling woman. "Easy, mother," Elian murmured, gripping her shaking arm. Her flesh felt like a bundle of dry twigs wrapped in cloth. "Trust the wood. It will not buck." They got her over the gunwale. She tumbled onto the reed mat Elian had laid out. She gasped, clutching the sides of the boat, waiting for the lurch, the tip, the roll. The boat barely registered her arrival. It sank perhaps half an inch deeper into the sand, settled and held firm. "The dog," Elian signalled. The dog, sensing the woman's frailty, crawled over to her immediately. It didn't jump, it slithered. It pressed its warm, solid body against her thigh. Mara's shaking hand found the dog's fur and buried itself there. "Push off," Elian said to Micah. They launched. The friction of the sand gave way to the buoyancy of the water. Usually this transition from land to liquid was disorienting for passengers. The horizon unlocks. The world becomes fluid. But for Mara, whose internal world was already a storm of tremors, the effect was paradoxical. Elian took the stern oar, Micah took the bow. They began the slow, synchronized stroke they had practiced. Pull, 2, 3. The boat moved into the evening glass. Elian watched the woman. She was sitting on the floorboards, her back against the centre thwart. At first, she was tense, her head bobbing violently. But as the boat picked up momentum, gliding through the water with the implacable mass of a glacier, something changed. The vibration of the lake was different from the vibration of the land. The land vibrated with sharp, high-frequency shocks, footsteps, carts, doors slamming. The lake vibrated with a low, slow heave. The bark dampened everything. It acted as a giant shock absorber. 10 minutes out, Elian saw Mara's shoulders drop. Her grip on the dog loosened. It has stopped, she whispered. What has stopped? Micah asked from the bow, not breaking his rhythm. The buzzing, she said. The bees in my bones. Elian watched her. Her head was still shaking slightly. The palsy was a part of her wiring, but the violent, jarring tremors had smoothed out. The heavy oak hull, pressing deep into the dense water, was holding her in a way the earth never could. Elian, Micah whispered, looking back. Look. Micah reached into his basket and pulled out a small clay cup. He dipped it over the side, filling it with lake water. He handed it to the woman. Drink, Imma, Micah said. Elian held his breath. On land, a woman with palsy could not hold a full cup. The water would slosh out before it reached her lips. It was a humiliation she likely faced every meal. Mara took the cup with both hands. Her hands shook, but the boat, the floor she sat on, did not. It provided a monolithic, unmoving reference point. She lifted the cup. The water rippled in the clay vessel, but it did not spill. She brought it to her trembling lips and drank. She lowered the cup. A single tear, distinct and silver in the twilight, rolled down her cheek. It is still, she wept. Blessed be the name. It is still. Elian turned away, looking out at the darkening horizon so the boy wouldn't see his face. He felt a sudden, crushing weight in his chest, the weight of realization. He had spent 20 years cursing his boat building. He had cursed the heavy timber. He had cursed the flat bottom. He had wanted to build the swift or the dove. He had wanted to build wings. But wings could not hold Mara. Wings would have terrified her. Speed would have shattered her. She needed a rock that floated. Row, first mate, Elian choked out, his voice thick. Row gently. We have a guest who is thirsty. They stayed out for an hour. Mara fell asleep. It was the deep, unclenching sleep of a body that has been fighting gravity for too long and has finally been allowed to surrender. She slept curled on the reed mat, the dog snoring softly beside her. Elian and Micah sculled in silence, guarding the peace. As they turned back toward the cove, the moon rising over the cliffs, Elian realized that his vessel had changed names again. It wasn't a coffin lid. It wasn't just a pulpit. It was a cradle. And he, Elian the cripple, was the one chosen to rock it. The secret of the cove did not survive the week. It was carried on the wind of gossip, passed from neighbour to neighbour over the stone walls of courtyards and across the noisy stalls of the fish market. The cripple has a magic boat, they whispered. It stops the shaking. It is not magic, others corrected. It is the wood the Nazarene blessed. It holds the peace of the storm. Elian did not seek this fame. He had sought invisibility. But need is a water that finds its own level, and it began to flow toward him. By the time the moon had waxed to its fullness, the solitary ritual of Elian, Micah, and the dog had transformed into something else entirely. It had become a night watch. Elian stood at the water's edge as the sun began to dip. His bad leg was aching, a deep barometric throb that usually signalled a change in the weather, but he ignored it. He had work to do. There was a line. It wasn't a long line, perhaps 5 or 6 people standing in the shadows of the tamarisk trees. They were the discards of Capernaum. They were the ones the day had rejected. There was Thomas, the blind weaver who suffered from such terrible vertigo that he could not lie down on a bed without feeling the earth spin. There was Sarah, a young mother with a colicky infant who had screamed for 3 nights straight, her eyes rimmed with red exhaustion. There was Mara, the trembling woman who had become a regular. They stood silently, clutching their cloaks, waiting for the ferryman of the broken. "We're heavy tonight, first mate," Elian murmured to Micah, who was busy arranging the reed mats on the floorboards. "We can take 4. Micah assessed with the seriousness of a harbour master. "If Thomas sits in the middle and Sarah takes the bow, the baby doesn't weigh anything." "The baby weighs a great deal," Elian corrected gently. "Sorrow has a density, Micah. Never forget that." They loaded the passengers. It was a slow, laborious process. Lift, shift, settle. Each passenger had to be handled like fragile pottery. Thomas had to be guided by touch, his hand gripping Elian's shoulder until his knuckles turned white. Sarah had to be reassured that the boat wouldn't tip when she stepped in with the child, but the boat performed its one magic trick. It did not move. It accepted the weight of the blind man, the shaking woman, and the weeping child without a shudder. It sank an inch deeper, the water hugging the oak, but the deck remained a flat, stable plain. "Push off," Elian commanded. They rowed out. The transition was immediate. As they left the friction of the land, the atmosphere in the boat shifted. The baby, lulled by the rhythmic swish-swish of the oars and the gentle, womb-like rocking of the heavy hull, stopped crying. The silence that followed was so profound that Sarah let out a sob of relief. Slumping against the gunwale, Elian rowed. His shoulders burned. He was moving nearly 1,000 pounds of wood and flesh through the water. But he didn't mind the pain. The pain was simple. It was physics. It was honest. He looked at his passengers. In the village, they were problems to be solved. They were obstacles in the street. They were burdens to their families. But here, on the dark water, under the vast canopy of stars, they were just souls. The darkness hid their flaws. The water held their weight. They were stripped of their labels. Thomas, the blind man, tilted his head back. "I can feel the stars," he whispered. "The air is cooler on my face. It feels blue." "It is very blue, Thomas," Micah said softly from the bow, "like the rabbi's robe." They drifted for an hour in the centre of the lake. No one spoke much. It was a communion of rest. Elian stopped rowing and let the boat turn slowly in the current. He watched the tension leave their bodies. He saw sleep claim them, one by one. This was his catch. Jareth caught tilapia, Elian caught peace. As the moon began its descent, Elian signalled to Micah, "Return." They rowed back toward the cove. The movement was slow, reverent, so as not to wake the sleepers. As they approached the shore, Elian saw a figure standing on the beach. A tall, broad-shouldered silhouette illuminated by the dying embers of a small fire. Elian tensed. Was it a Roman soldier, a tax collector wanting a fee for an unlicensed ferry? He sculled closer. The keel grounded softly on the sand. Crunch! The figure stepped forward. It was Jareth, the captain of the Swift, the man who had mocked the coffin lid. Elian braced himself for a jibe. He prepared to defend his passengers. But Jareth didn't speak. He walked into the ankle-deep water. He reached out and grabbed the gunwale of the bark, stabilising it further. He looked into the boat. He saw the blind man sleeping with a smile on his face. He saw the mother curled around her silent baby. He saw the trembling woman at peace. Jareth looked at Elian. In the moonlight, the big fisherman's face was unreadable, etched with the lines of wind and sun. "I watched you go out," Jareth said, his voice low, a rumble like distant thunder. "I watched you from the pier." "The lake is free, Jareth," Elian said defensively. "We do not cross your nets." "No," Jareth said. He looked at the heavy, flat bottom of Elian's boat. "You do not cross my nets." He reached in and gently helped Thomas, the blind man, stand up. Thomas woke with a start, panicked. "Easy, friend," Jareth said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "I have you. Solid ground." Jareth lifted the blind man effortlessly, carrying him over the water to the dry sand. He came back for Mara. He came back for Sarah and the baby. He unloaded Elian's boat. He did the work of a porter, a servant's work, without a word of complaint. When the passengers were safe on the shore, shuffling away toward the village with whispered thanks, Jareth remained by the boat. He ran his hand along the rough, pitch-stained oak. "My boat is fast, Elian," Jareth said, staring at the wood. "It can outrun the squalls. It can chase the schools of fish from Bethsaida to Magdala in an hour." "I know," Elian said. "I have watched you fly." "But it cannot do this," Jareth said. He gestured to the empty seats where the broken people had slept. "If I put old Thomas in the Swift, he would vomit from the rocking. If I put Mara in there, she would be terrified. My boat is too nervous. It is too eager." He looked up at Elian. There was no mockery in his eyes now, only a strange, quiet respect. "I catch fish to feed their bellies. Elian, you catch the rest to feed their souls." Elian felt a lump form in his throat. This was the validation he had craved for 20 years. To be seen as a peer, to be seen as a captain. "It is just a barge." "Jareth," Elian said, his voice thick. "It is slow. It is ugly. It is necessary," Jareth corrected. He patted the gunwale one last time, a solid, resonant slap. "Listen, Elian. The winter storms are coming, the northerlies. Your wood is strong, but your anchor rope is fraying. I saw it when you came in." Elian looked at the bow. It was true. The hemp rope was old, scavenged from a trash pile. "I will braid a new one," Elian said. "No," Jareth said. He reached into his belt and untied a coil of rope, thick, braided flax, dipped in beeswax. It was expensive rope, captain's rope. He tossed it into the bark. It landed with a heavy thud at Elian's feet. "Take it," Jareth said, turning to walk away up the beach. "A vessel like this. It needs a line that won't break." "Jareth," Elian called out. The big fisherman stopped. "Why?" Jareth looked back, his silhouette framed by the stars. "Because one day, Elian," Jareth said softly, "I might be too old to balance. I might be too slow to chase the fish. And on that day, I might need a ride." He turned and vanished into the darkness. Elian stood in his boat, looking at the coil of new rope. It gleamed in the starlight like silver. He touched it. It was strong. It was a tether to the community. "Did you hear that? First mate," Elian whispered to Micah, who was standing on the shore, eyes wide. "He gave us his rope," Micah breathed. "Captain Jareth gave us his rope." "Yes," Elian said, picking up the coil. "We are not just floating anymore. Micah, we are anchored." The morning mist on the Galilee was not a veil. It was a heavy, wet wool that muffled the world. It clung to the reeds, dampened the sand, and turned the sunrise into a diffused, milky glow that offered light without heat. Elian sat on the gunwale of the bark, the new coil of rope that Jareth had given him resting in his lap. It was beautiful rope, flaxen, golden, and smelling of beeswax. It was the kind of line used to moor merchant ships in Tyre, not to tie up a cripple's barge in a rocky cove. Elian was splicing it. It was precise, fingery work. He had to separate the strands, weave them back into themselves to form an eye loop, and whip the ends with twine so they wouldn't fray. It required patience, a commodity Elian possessed in abundance. Twist, tuck, pull, the rhythm was soothing. You tie a good knot, builder. The voice was loud, shattering the morning hush like a dropped clay pot. Elian jumped, the marlinspike slipping in his hand. He looked up, standing at the edge of the water, looming out of the mist like a bear emerging from hibernation, was Simon, the big fisherman, the one the rabbi called Cephas, the rock. Simon was a man who took up space. His shoulders were broad enough to block a doorway. His beard was a thicket of black wire. He wore his tunic hitched up high, revealing calves that looked like carved mahogany. Elian scrambled to stand, his bad leg protesting the sudden movement. "Simon," he stammered. I did not hear you approach." "I have learned to walk softly," Simon grunted, stepping onto the sand. The master moves quietly. To follow him, one must learn not to stomp. He looked down at his own massive, calloused feet with a rueful grin. I am still learning. He walked up to the boat. He didn't ask permission. He placed a hand on the prow and vaulted over the side. Thump. The boat dipped slightly, then settled. Simon stood in the centre of the deck, hands on his hips, looking around. He looked at the olive wood chair. He looked at the clean floorboards. He looked at the heavy, thick ribs of the hull. It is a fortress, Simon said, his voice dropping to a rumble. A floating synagogue. It is a tub, Elian corrected, sitting back down on the gunwale to take the weight off his leg. It pushes water. It does not cut it. Simon sat down heavily on the reed mat, crossing his legs. He picked up a wood shaving that had been missed in the cleaning and twirled it between his thick fingers. You know, Simon began, staring at the shaving. My boat. The Dove. She's fast. She's the fastest in the fleet. My father built her to race the wind. I know, Elian said. I have seen you beat the storm back to harbour many times. Yes, Simon nodded. But she is jealous. She demands attention. If I look away for a moment, she drifts. If I stand up too fast, she tips. She's like a high-strung horse. He looked up at Elian. His eyes, usually bright with the manic energy of the hunt, were sombre. That night, on the way to the Gerasenes, when the wind hit us, Simon paused. He swallowed hard, the memory evidently still lodged in his throat like a fishbone. We were bailing for our lives as Elian. Andrew was screaming. James was weeping. The boat was spinning like a top. We couldn't find the horizon. The water was everywhere. He crushed the wood shaving in his fist. I looked over at you. I saw your black barge in the lightning flashes. You were low. You were taking water. But you weren't spinning. We were sinking, Elian admitted. Maybe, Simon said. But you were pointing straight. And he was sleeping. Simon shook his head, a gesture of profound bewilderment. He could not have slept in my boat. Elian, even before the storm, the Dove is too restless. The wood vibrates. The keel hums. There is no silence in her. Simon leaned forward, his intensity sudden and overwhelming. Why did you build it this way? Why use oak? Why the flat bottom? No one builds like this. Elian looked at the rope in his hands. He felt the old shame rising, the familiar heat in his cheeks. Because I am broken, Simon, Elian whispered. I have no balance. If the floor tilts, I fall. I built it heavy so it wouldn't move. I built it wide so I wouldn't tumble into the sea. I built it because I'm afraid of falling. He waited for the pity. He waited for the big fisherman to nod and say, Ah, yes, a cripple's crutch. But Simon threw his head back and laughed. It wasn't a mocking laugh. It was a roar of delight, a sound that startled the gulls from the cliffs. Afraid of falling, Simon boomed, slapping his own knee. He says he is afraid of falling. He looked at Elian, his eyes shining with tears of mirth. Elian, my friend, do you not see? We are all afraid of falling. Why do you think I shout so loud? Why do you think I row so fast to keep from falling? Simon grew serious again. He leaned in close. But you admitted it. You built a vessel for your weakness. He tapped the floorboard. And because you admitted your weakness, you built the only place where the master could rest his head. Simon reached into his pouch and pulled out a small skin of wine and a loaf of hard bread. He broke the bread and offered a chunk to Elian. Eat, Simon commanded. Break fast with me. Elian took the bread. It was coarse, but it tasted of wheat and honest labour. There is something else, Simon said, chewing thoughtfully. Something I think you should know. What? Weeks ago, Simon said, looking out at the mist clearing over the water. Before the crowds came, before the sermon, the master was walking on the ridge, just walking, praying. Elian nodded. The rabbi often sought the high places. I was with him, Simon continued, trying to keep up. He stopped on the cliff above this cove. He looked down. Elian's heart skipped a beat. He saw the cove. He saw you, Simon said. He saw a man dragging a heavy log through the sand. He saw a man struggling to shape a piece of oak that was too hard for him. He saw you limping around a hull that looked like a coffin. Elian felt a cold chill. He had thought he was alone in his humiliation. He had thought his struggle was private. I laughed, Simon admitted, looking down at his hands. I said to the master, "Look at that fool. He's building a box. We'll never catch a fish." "And what did he say?" Elian whispered, Rosaya's voice trembling. Simon looked at Elian. "He watched you for a long time. He watched you strike the wood. He watched you wipe the sweat. He watched you fall down and get back up." Simon's voice softened. He turned to me and said, "Simon, do not mock the builder. He's preparing a room for me." Elian dropped the rope. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. "He knew," Elian gasped. "He knew before?" "He always knows," Simon said, taking a swig of wine. "He knew the storm was coming. He knew the crowds were coming. And he knew that when the world got too loud and too shaking, he would need a floor that didn't move." Simon stood up. The boat barely shifted under his bulk. "You think you are the Unsent, Elian," Simon said, using the name Elian had given himself in the dark hours of his soul. "You think because you cannot march, you are not part of the army. You think because you cannot run, you are not in the race." Simon stepped onto the gunwale, preparing to leave. "But the army needs a fortress, and the runner needs a place to stop." He jumped onto the sand. Crunch. "Keep braiding that rope, builder," Simon called back over his shoulder, his voice booming once again as he walked into the dissipating mist. "We will need it. The winds are changing, and I have a feeling we will all need a ride in the coffin lid before the end." Elian sat alone in the boat. The mist had lifted. The sun was touching the water, turning the grey expanse into a sheet of living gold. He looked at the unfinished splice in his hands. He looked at the heavy oak ribs he'd cursed for their weight. "He's preparing a room for me." Elian wept. He didn't weep from sadness. He wept because the burden he had carried for 20 years, the burden of his own inadequacy, had just been transmuted into gold. His weakness was not an accident. It was a blueprint. He picked up the marlinspike. His hands were steady. He threaded the strand of golden flax through the loop. Twist. Tuck. Pull! The knot held. The routine of the night watch had settled into the wood of the bark just as surely as the salt had settled into the grain. It was no longer an experiment, it was an institution. Every evening, as the shadows of the palms lengthened and touched the water, the procession would begin. They came not for the speed of the crossing, but for the suspension of the world. Tonight, the air was thick, heavy with the humidity of a looming summer. The sky was a canopy of crushed velvet, devoid of the moon, allowing the stars to burn with a fierce, cold intensity. Elian sat at the stern, his hand resting on the new tiller he had fashioned, a simple lever of ashwood that allowed him to steer without constantly shifting his weight. "Easy on the port side, first mate," Elian murmured. Micah, now growing lanky and sun-browned, adjusted his stroke instantly. The boy had learned the language of the hull. He knew that a heavy boat carried its momentum like a memory. You had to ask it to stop long before you reached the destination. They were carrying a full load. Thomas, the blind weaver, sat in his usual spot, face turned upward to drink the starlight he could feel but not see. Mara, the trembling woman, lay on the rear mat, her palsy soothed by the dampening mass of the oak. And there was a new passenger, a young man named Caleb, a stonecutter who had crushed his hand under a falling block of basalt. The pain was a constant, jagged noise in his mind, keeping him from sleep for weeks. But here, on the water, the gentle fluid motion seemed to rock the pain into a dull rhythm he could tolerate. Elian watched them. He realized he was piloting a floating infirmary, a sanctuary of the broken. "Elian," Micah whispered, breaking the rhythmic silence of the oars. "Aye, first mate, look at the shore." Elian turned his head. Capernaum was usually quiet at this hour, save for the torches of the night fishermen. But tonight, There was activity near the house of Peter. A cluster of lanterns moved erratically. Figures were rushing back and forth, loading packs, tying sandals, checking provisions. "They are leaving," Micah said, a note of longing in his voice. "The 12? Elian asked, though he knew the answer. "Yes. My father heard it in the market. The rabbi is sending them out, 2 by 2, to the villages, to preach, to heal." Elian watched the distant, frenetic activity. He saw the silhouettes of Simon and Andrew, James and John. They were strapping on their belts. They were taking up their staffs. They were preparing to march. They were the sent, the apostles, apostolos, the one sent forth. Micah stopped rowing for a moment, letting the oar drift. "Why don't we go? Elian?" The question hung in the humid air, heavier than the humidity. "We?" Elian asked gently. "You. Me. The boat." Micah looked at the distant lights with the hunger of youth. "We helped him. We saved him from the storm. Why doesn't he send us? We could sail to Tiberias. We could sail to the Decapolis. We could be part of the army." Elian looked at the boy. He saw the restlessness that he himself had carried for 20 years, the burning desire to be part of the motion, to be on the road, to be where the dust was rising. "Look at Caleb," Elian said softly. Micah looked. The young stonecutter had finally succumbed to exhaustion. His head was lolling against the gunwale, his injured hand resting on a cool, wet cloth. He was asleep. "Look at Mara," Elian continued. She was breathing deeply, her tremors stilled. "If we go," Elian said, his voice low and steady, "who holds them?" Micah looked at the sleeping passengers. He looked back at the excitement on the shore. "The rabbi is sending the strong to find the lost," Elian explained. "He's sending Simon to shout from the hilltops. He's sending John to thunder in the synagogues. That is good work. That is the work of the fire." Elian dipped his oar, a slow, silent correction to keep the boat facing the wind. "But fire needs a hearth, Micah, and the lost need a place to be found." He looked at his own twisted leg, hidden in the shadows of the stern. "We are not the sent, Micah. We are the station. We are the place that stays." Micah frowned, processing this. It was a hard lesson for a boy who wanted to run. It was the lesson of the tree, not the wind. "It feels lonely," Micah admitted. "Staying." "It is not lonely," Elian said, gesturing to the boat full of sleeping souls. "It is heavy. There is a difference." He watched the lights on the shore move away, disappearing up the road toward the hill country. The 12 were gone. The adventure had begun without them. Elian felt a pang, sharp and familiar. The old envy. They are walking with him. They will see miracles I will never know. But then Thomas, the blind man, shifted in his sleep. He murmured something, a soft sound of comfort, and reached out his hand. His fingers brushed Elian's ankle. Finding the solid presence of the pilot, Thomas sighed and settled back into a deeper rest. The envy evaporated. Elian realized that Simon Peter might walk on water one day. He had that kind of reckless faith. But Simon Peter would never have the patience to sit still for 3 hours so a blind man could feel the starlight. "Row, first mate," Elian whispered. "The current is shifting." They rowed. Creak hush, creak hush. The boat was getting old. Elian could feel it. The water was seeping into the grain, making the wood softer, darker. The pitch in the seams was cracking under the relentless cycle of sun and water. The boat was drinking the lake. "She's tired," Elian thought, running his hand along the gunwale. "She carries too much sorrow." He knew he would have to haul her out soon. He would have to scrape the hull, dry the wood, apply new pitch. It was the cost of being a vessel. You absorbed what you carried. "Elian," Micah asked again, his voice sleepy now. "Yes?" "Does he know?" "Does who know?" "The rabbi. Does he know we're staying? Does he know we are watching the night while he is gone?" Elian looked up at the vast, indifferent sky. He remembered the look in the rabbi's eyes during the storm. "Why are you so afraid?" He remembered the feeling of the sermon vibrating through the floorboards. "He is a carpenter," Micah, Elian said, smiling in the dark. A carpenter never forgets where he left his tools. Elian pulled the oar. The blade caught the water, heavy, resistant, real. He knows where we are. We are exactly where he left us. In the deep, and so they stayed. While the apostles marched to conquer the world with words of fire, the cripple and the boy floated in the silence, holding the broken pieces of the world together in a basket of oaken pitch. They were the vessel of the Unsent. And tonight, that felt not like a punishment, but like a promotion. The heat of the day was a physical weight, pressing down on the shores of Capernaum with a breathless intensity. The flies were lethargic. The lizards froze on the rocks, pulsing their throats in the shade. Elian was not on the water. The bark was beached, dragged high up onto the hot sand, far beyond the reach of the tide. It sat on 3 new rollers, exposed and vulnerable, its underbelly revealed to the sun. To Elian, seeing the hull out of water felt like seeing a friend naked, awkward, intimate, and revealing of every scar. He was tending to the wounds of the wood. Past the scraper, first mate. Elian murmured, wiping sweat from his eyes with a forearm that was now as brown and corded as an olive branch. Micah, sitting cross-legged in the shade of the hull, handed him the iron tool. The boy looked worried. He ran a finger along the waterline of the boat, where the wood was soft and spongy to the touch. "It's drinking, Elian," Micah said quietly. "The wood. It's getting soft." Elian nodded. He didn't look up from his work. He was scraping away a patch of barnacles and algae that had latched onto the keel. Beneath the growth, the oak was dark, almost black. It was no longer the golden timber he had dragged from the yard months ago. It was seasoned. It was saturated. "It is the cost of the water, Micah," Elian explained, the metal scraper making a harsh scritch sound against the planks. "Wood is a living thing, even after it is cut. It wants to return to the earth. The water tries to claim it. Can we fix it?" Micah asked. "Can we make it new again?" Elian paused. He looked at the heavy, flat bottom of his vessel. He thought of the night of the storm, how the boat had groaned under the impact of the waves. He thought of the weight of the paralysed man, the trembling woman, the weeping mother. Every passenger left a mark. Every storm left a fracture in the grain. "We cannot make it new," Elian said gently. "We can only make it endure." He reached for the pot of pitch simmering over a small fire. The smell of the boiling bitumen was sharp and acrid, cutting through the heavy air. He dipped a brush into the black sludge and began to paint it over the softened wood. It was a bandage. A seal. It wouldn't stop the aging, but it would slow the decay. "It is heavy," Elian said, applying the pitch with long, careful strokes. "Heavier than when we launched her. She sits lower now. Is that bad?" "No," Elian said. "It means she has substance. A light boat floats on top of the water. A heavy boat sits in the water. She understands the lake better now because she has drunk half of it." A sound of crunching gravel interrupted the lesson. The dog, who had been sleeping in a hole dug under the transom, let out a low, warning growl. Elian turned. Standing at the edge of the cove, watching them, was a figure that did not belong. He wore the segmented armour of the occupier, a red tunic, dusty and faded, heavy caligae, sandals with iron hobnails strapped to his shins. A gladius hung at his hip. A Roman. Micah scrambled backward, pressing himself against the hull. The boys of Capernaum knew to fear the soldiers. They were the ones who took the taxes, who requisitioned donkeys, who struck with the back of the hand. Elian stood up slowly, using the hull for support. He held the pitch brush like a tool, not a weapon. "Peace," Elian said, using the common greeting, though his heart was hammering. The soldier didn't answer immediately. He was young, perhaps only a few years older than the stonecutter Caleb. His face was sunburnt, peeling at the nose, and his eyes were the colour of slate, tired, hard, and guarded. He didn't look at Elian. He looked at the boat. He walked forward, his armour clinking softly, chink, chink, a metallic sound that felt alien in the wooden world of the cove. He stopped a few feet from the hull. "This is the one?" the soldier asked. His Aramaic was accented, clumsy, shaped by tongue used to Latin. "This is a boat," Elian replied cautiously. The soldier reached out. He wore leather gauntlets. He touched the rougher, pitch-stained side of the bark. He didn't touch it with contempt. He touched it with a strange, professional curiosity. "They talk in the garrison," the soldier said, his eyes tracing the thick oak ribs. "They say a storm came down from the Golan. A killer storm. They say the fishing fleet scattered like frightened sheep." He looked at Elian. "But they say the cripple's barge stayed." Elian stiffened at the name, but he held the soldier's gaze. "We did not stay by choice. We were too slow to run." The soldier smiled, a brief, grim twitch of the lips. He tapped the hull with his knuckle. Thud. It sounded solid, like knocking on a door. "Speed is for cowards," the soldier said. "In the Legion, we form the testudo, the tortoise. We lock shields. We do not run. We stand. We let the arrows rain down." He looked at the wide, flat shape of the bark. "You built a tortoise," the soldier observed. "You built a shield wall that floats." Elian looked at his boat through the soldier's eyes. He had always seen it as a failure of speed. The Romans saw it as a triumph of defence. "It held," Elian said simply. "And the prophet?" the soldier asked, his voice lowering. "The Nazarene. He was aboard. He slept," Elian said. He pointed to the stern platform, now bare and stripped for cleaning. "Right there." The soldier stared at the empty wooden platform. He took off his helmet, tucking it under his arm. His hair was matted with sweat. For a moment, the armour seemed too heavy for him. He looked less like a conqueror and more like a man far from home, tired of marching, tired of the dust, tired of the hatred in the eyes of the locals. "He sleeps," the soldier murmured. "While the world burns, he sleeps." He reached into his pouch. Micah flinched, expecting a weapon. But the soldier pulled out a coin. It wasn't a copper mite. It was a silver denarius, stamped with the face of Caesar. He placed the coin on the gunwale of the boat. "For the pitch," the soldier said. "I do not take Roman silver," Elian said, his pride flaring. "This is a Jewish boat." The soldier looked at Elian. There was no arrogance in his slate-grey eyes now, only a deep, human exhaustion. The pitch does not care whose face is on the silver. Boatman. And the storm does not care if you're Jew or Roman. When the water rises, we all drown the same. He put his helmet back on. The mask of the legionnaire returned. "Make it strong," the soldier said, nodding at the boat. "The winter storms are coming. They are worse than the summer ones." He turned and walked away, his hobnailed sandals crunching up the path, the sound of iron fading into the hum of the cicadas. Elian stood frozen. He looked at the silver coin glinting on the black wood. "He touched it," Micah whispered, creeping out from his hiding spot. "A Roman touched the sanctuary." Elian picked up the coin. It was heavy. It was the wage of a day's march. He did not touch it to destroy it. "Micah," Elian said, turning the coin over in his fingers. He touched it because he wanted to know if it was real. Elian looked at the patch of soft, waterlogged wood he had been repairing. He realised then that the boat was not just absorbing the water of the lake. It was absorbing the stories of everyone who touched it. The grief of Mara, the blindness of Thomas, the sleep of the Messiah, and now the exhaustion of a Roman enemy. The vessel was a container, and it was getting full. "Stoke the fire." "First mate," Elian said quietly. "We need more pitch. We have to seal this well." "Why?" Micah asked. "Because," Elian said, looking at the path where the soldier had vanished, "even the enemy needs to know that there is something that does not break." He dipped the brush. He painted the black sealant over the Roman's coin, burying the silver deep into the wood of the gunwale. "There," Elian whispered. "Now it is part of the boat. Now it carries the weight too." The silence of the cove was shattered not by a storm of wind, but by a storm of glory. It happened in the late afternoon. Elian and Micah were scrubbing the deck, preparing for the evening's night watch, when the road from the hill country exploded with noise. It was the 12. They had returned. They came down the path like a conquering army. Though they carried no swords, they carried dust on their tunics and fire in their eyes. They were shouting over one another, laughing, embracing, their voices cracking with the sheer overwhelming adrenaline of the miraculous. I spoke the word, and the fever left her instantly. Did you see the demon in Chorazin? It shrieked when I named the Master. We have trampled on scorpions. We have walked unharmed. Elian stood in his boat, holding a wet rag. He felt a sudden, sharp shrinkage of his soul. For weeks, he had been proud of his quiet ministry. He had been the ferryman of the broken, the keeper of the trembling woman and the blind man. He had felt useful. But now, watching the apostles return, he felt the crushing weight of comparison. They had been out in the arena. They had touched the raw power of God. They had done things. He had just floated. He watched Simon Peter, loud, boisterous Simon, bear hug Andrew, spinning him around. He looked at John, his face glowing with a supernatural fatigue. They were the heroes. Elian was just the stagehand. They look like they're on fire, Micah whispered, standing beside Elian, his eyes wide with hero worship. Yes, Elian said, dipping his rag into the bucket to hide the tremor in his hands. They have been to the mountain. The crowd began to gather around them immediately. The people of Capernaum smelled the power. They pressed in, hungry for stories, hungry for a touch. The apostles were besieged. They couldn't even eat the bread they carried in their pouches. Then, the rabbi appeared. He came from the house of Peter, walking slowly into the chaotic swirl of his returning students. He didn't look excited. He looked at their flushed faces, their shaking hands, their manic eyes. He saw what Elian saw. They were drunk on the Spirit, but their bodies were breaking. They were running on fumes. Jesus raised a hand. The shouting didn't stop, but it quieted. "Come away," he said. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the adrenaline. "Come away by yourselves to a desolate place and rest a while." He looked around. The beach was swarming. There was no rest here. He looked at the water. Simon ran to the dove. "My boat, Master! I can get us to Bethsaida in an hour. We'll outrun them." James and John ran to their father's boat. "We have fresh cushions. Rabbi, we have wine." The apostles were vibrating with energy. They wanted speed. They wanted to race across the water, to carry their momentum forward. But Jesus didn't move toward the fast boats. He looked past the sleek skiffs, past the excited fishermen who were already untying their ropes. He looked at the cove. He looked at the bark. He walked down the beach, the 12 trailing behind him, confused. He stopped at the edge of the water where Elian stood. "Elian," Jesus said. "Teacher." Elian bowed his head. "You have returned. We are heavy today," Jesus said. He gestured to the 12 men behind him. "We carry many stories, and we're very tired." He looked at Simon's narrow boat, then at Elian's wide, flat barge. "We need a floor that does not rock," Jesus said. "They're too dizzy from the work. If they go in the fast boats, they will keep talking. They will keep planning. They need to sit still." He turned to the apostles. "Get in," Simon blinked. "In? The coffin lid? Master, it will take half the day to cross." "Good," Jesus said. "Then you will have half a day to remember who gave you the power." They climbed in. It was a tight fit. The 12, plus the Master, plus Elian and Micah, 15 souls. Any other boat on the Galilee would have been dangerously overloaded. The gunwales would have been inches from the water, but the bark was built for this. It was built for the burden. As each man stepped in, the boat settled deeper, displacing the water with a heavy, confident groan, creak. It went down, 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 and then it held. The water was high on the sides, but the boat was stable as a rock. "Push off, first mate," Elian murmured. They drifted out. At first, The energy of the apostles filled the boat like static electricity. Judas was counting coins in a purse. Matthew was trying to write something on a scroll. Peter was retelling a story about a lame beggar. "Quiet," Jesus said. He didn't say it angrily. He just said it. He sat in the stern, on the floorboards, leaning back against the transom. "Listen to the oars." Elian and Micah began to row. They fell into their slow, practiced rhythm. Swish. 2, 3. Swish. 2, 3. The sound was a metronome. It was slower than a heartbeat. It was the rhythm of sleep. Slowly, painfully, the adrenaline began to bleed out of the apostles. The boat didn't jump forward with every stroke, it glided. It refused to be hurried. The physical heaviness of the vessel forced the passengers to slow their own internal clocks. Peter stopped talking. He leaned his head against the gunwale, his eyes closed. James dropped his hands into his lap. His shoulders slumped. One by one, the heroes of the faith succumbed to the physics of the barge. The manic energy of the mission trip faded, replaced by the crushing, honest exhaustion of men who had given everything. Elian watched them. He saw the dark circles under their eyes. He saw the trembling in their hands, not from palsy, but from output. He realized then that the scent had a terrible burden. They had to be fire. They had to burn. And fire consumes. They're empty, Elian thought. They poured it all out. He looked at his own hands on the oar. He wasn't empty. He was full. He'd spent his time storing up silence, storing up stability. He was the reservoir. Midway across the lake, the silence was absolute. The only sound was the breathing of 13 sleeping men and the rhythmic dip of the oars. Jesus was awake. He was watching Elian. He moved slightly, shifting closer to where Elian sat at the stern oar. "You look at them with envy," Jesus whispered. It wasn't an accusation. It was a diagnosis. "They have healed the sick." "Rabbi," Elian whispered back, "they have cast out devils. I have only scraped barnacles." Jesus looked at Peter, who was snoring softly, his mouth open, drool running into his beard. "They have done great work," Jesus agreed. "But look at them now. Elian, they are children. They are exhausted." He reached out and touched the heavy, scarred oak of the gunwale. "You cannot pour wine into a cup that is shaking," Jesus said. "They shook the world for a week. Now they need to be held still so I can pour into them again." He looked Elian in the eye. "Do not envy the hammer, Elian. The hammer strikes, and the hammer breaks things open. But the anvil," he patted the boat, "the anvil takes the blow. The anvil stays. And without the anvil, the hammer strikes only air." Elian looked at the sleeping apostles. He saw them not as spiritual giants, but as fragile men who needed a floor. "I am the anvil," Elian whispered. "Yes," Jesus said, "and the anvil must be harder than the hammer. That is why you are made of oak and iron. My friend, that is why you are made heavy." The boat glided on. The sun beat down, but the air in the boat was cool. Elian rowed. He didn't row with the frantic energy of someone trying to get to the other side. He rowed with the careful, protective cadence of a nurse pushing a stretcher. He wasn't carrying heroes. He was carrying patients. And for the first time, Elian didn't want to be one of them. He didn't want to be the fire that burns out. He wanted to be the wood that remains. As they approached the desolate shore near Bethsaida, Elian saw the crowds running along the land, racing to meet them. The rest would be short. The demand would return. But for this hour, in the middle of the deep, Elian gave the apostles the only miracle they couldn't perform for themselves. He gave them a place to stop. The sun began to bleed into the western hills, staining the Sea of Galilee in shades of bruised plum and charcoal. The day of the great feeding, the day of the multitudes near Bethsaida, was ending. Elian had watched it from a distance. He had anchored the bark 50 yards offshore, bobbing gently in the reeds while the miracle unfolded on the grassy slopes. He'd seen the baskets of broken bread pass from hand to hand like a ripple of golden water. He had seen the 5,000 fed. But he had not gone ashore. He was the keeper of the escape route. Now, the crowd was dispersing. The apostles, revitalized by the bread and the oar, had been sent ahead in the dove. They were rowing toward Gennesaret, their silhouettes sharp and energetic against the twilight. Jesus had gone up into the mountain alone to pray. Elian was left with the silence. He pulled up the stone anchor. It dripped mud onto the deck, the heavy, fertile mud of the delta. "Let us go home, first mate," Elian said softly. Micah sat on the bow bench. He was quiet. The boy had watched the miracle of the loaves with wide eyes, but he had also seen the apostles sleeping like dead men in the bottom of their boat earlier that day. The gloss of the legend had been chipped, revealing the grain of humanity underneath. "They're just men, aren't they?" Micah asked as he dipped his oar. "Who?" "Peter, John, all of them, when they were sleeping." Peter drooled. John mumbled about his mother. Micah looked at his own hands. "I thought they were different, like angels." Elian steered the boat out of the reeds, catching the evening breeze. "Angels do not need boats, Micah," Elian said, "and angels do not need sleep. God chose men because he needs hands that can bleed and backs that can break. If they were angels, the people would not trust them. We trust them because they are tired, just like us." They rowed in silence for a long time. The boat felt lighter now, empty of the 12 heavy bodies, yet it carried a different kind of weight, the weight of memory. Every plank of oak seemed to hum with the residual energy of the prayers that had been whispered and the snores that had rattled against the gunwales. When they reached the cove at Capernaum, the night had fully descended. The village was quiet. The hysterical demand of the day had burned itself out. Elian guided the bark into the shallows. Crunch, Micah climbed out. He stood on the wet sand holding the rope. He looked older than he had a month ago. The sun had bleached his hair, and the work of the oar had broadened his shoulders. "Are you coming in?" Micah asked. "My mother made lentil stew. There is enough." Elian looked at the shack on the beach, his lonely, dark dwelling. Then he looked at the boat. He looked at the open water, dark and inviting, reflecting the first rise of the constellation Orion. "Not yet," Elian said. "I will stay out a little longer. The dog needs the air." Micah nodded. He understood. He tied the rope loosely to a driftwood stump, knowing Elian would retie it later. "Good night, Captain," Micah said. He didn't run up the beach this time. He walked, carrying the dignity of the sea with him. Elian was alone. He untied the rope. He picked up the single sculling oar. He didn't row far, just enough to detach from the land, just enough to float in that liminal space where the smell of the dust fades and the smell of the deep begins. He shipped the oar. He sat in his olive wood chair. The dog, Captain, crawled out from under the stern seat and rested its head on Elian's knee. Elian absently scratched the animal's ears, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the water met the sky in a seamless stitch of darkness. He felt a profound sense of completion. For years, his life had been defined by what he could not do. He could not walk to Jerusalem. He could not dance at weddings. He could not stand in the line of soldiers. He was the unsent. But tonight, sitting in the heavy, scarred, pitch-black hull of his vessel, he realized that the unsent were not the rejected. They were the reserve. They were the foundation. He looked down at his leg. It was still withered. It was still twisted. The miracle hadn't straightened his bones. But he no longer wanted it to. "If I could run," Elian whispered to the stars, "I would have run away. If he had been whole, he would have joined the gold rush of the Messiah's movement. He would have been shouting on the hillsides, pushing to the front, fighting for position. He would have been part of the noise. But because he was broken, he had been forced to sit still. Because he was heavy, he had built a heavy boat. And because he was heavy, he had become the only place in the world where the Son of God could sleep. A shooting star streaked across the sky, a fleeting scratch of light that burned out in a second. That is the hammer, Elian thought. Bright, hot, fast. He patted the thick oak gunnel, and this is the anvil. Dark, cold, still. He closed his eyes and listened to the water lapping against the hull. Slap, hush. Slap, hush. It was the sound of the world breathing. He thought of Mara sleeping without tremors. He thought of the blind man feeling the stars. He thought of the Roman soldier finding a moment of peace. He thought of the exhausted apostles collapsing on this very deck. He had wanted to be a fisherman of fish. Instead, he had become a fisherman of rest. He reached into his tunic and pulled out the silver coin the Roman had given him, the one he had embedded in the wood and then pried out again to keep as a reminder. He turned it over in his fingers. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. But the peace, Elian whispered, tossing the coin into the air and catching it. The peace belongs to the heavy wood. He didn't know what the future held. He knew the shadow of Rome was growing longer. He knew the religious leaders were sharpening their knives. He knew that one day, the storm would come not from the sky, but from the hearts of men. And when that day came, when the world shook with violence and betrayal, they would need a boat that didn't tip. They would need a floor that didn't move. Elian leaned back. The dog sighed, a long exhale of pure contentment. The boat drifted. It turned slowly in the gentle current, a dark compass needle pointing nowhere and everywhere. Elian looked at the empty stern platform. He could still see the imprint of the rabbi's body, a ghost of holiness lingering in the grain. "I am ready," Elian said to the silence. "When you need to sleep again, I am here." The night deepened. The dew began to fall, cooling the hot wood, blessing the vessel of the Unsent with the baptism of the quiet earth. The night was not merely dark, it was ancient. It was the kind of darkness that existed before the first fire was struck. A velvet envelope that wrapped the world in a silence so profound it felt like a heavy, comforting blanket. Elian lay on his back on the floorboards of the bark. He had shipped the oars hours ago. He had stowed the anchor. He was letting the boat drift. There was no destination tonight. There was no shore to reach, no passenger to ferry, no storm to fight. There was only the gentle, infinitesimal rotation of the vessel in the centre of the lake, turning slowly with the secret currents of the deep. The dog, Captain, was asleep on the reed mat, his breathing a soft, rhythmic huffing that vibrated through the wood against Elian's side. Elian looked up. The sky above the Sea of Galilee was a spilled chest of jewels. Without the interference of the moon, the stars were aggressive in their brightness. He saw the great belt of Orion, the hunter. He saw the Pleiades, the seven sisters, clustered like diamond dust. He saw the wandering stars, the planets moving on their silent tracks. For 20 years, Elian had looked at these stars and felt small. He had felt like a mistake, a speck of dust trapped in a broken body, stuck on a patch of mud while the universe wheeled overhead in perfect, mathematical glory. But tonight, in looking up from the bottom of his heavy oak boat, he did not feel small. He felt held. He raised his hand, tracing the line of the Milky Way. "We are floating among them, Captain," he whispered. He thought of the journey of the wood, the oak tree that had stood in the forest, fighting the wind for 100 years, the iron that had been mined from the earth and beaten into nails, the pitch that had bubbled in the pits of the Dead Sea, all of it. The pain of the saw, the heat of the fire, the weight of the hammer had conspired to create this single, floating point of peace. He thought of Jareth and the fleet. They were sleeping in their beds in Capernaum now, their fast boats tethered tight to the piers, pulling at their ropes, eager to run again at dawn. They were the runners. They were the hunters. And the apostles. They were sleeping in the hills, resting their legs for the next march, dreaming of the crowds they would face and the words they would speak. They were the voices. Elian smiled. "And we," he thought, patting the rough grain of the floorboard, "we are the pause. Every song needs a silence between the notes, or it is just noise. Every sentence needs a period, or it is just babble. Every army needs a fortress. Every storm needs an eye. He realized now that his twisted leg was not a punishment. It was an anchor. It had forced him to stop. It had forced him to build a world that didn't move. And in a world that was spinning faster and faster, a world of Roman swords and zealot daggers, of miracles and madness, the ability to not move was the rarest gift of all. He shifted slightly. The olive wood chair loomed above him in the dark, an empty throne. He remembered the rabbi sleeping there. He remembered the sound of the divine breath sinking with the lap of the water. Peace. Be still. The command wasn't just for their waves. It was for the soul. Elian closed his eyes. He let his other senses take over. He felt the coolness of the night air on his face, a stark contrast to the warmth radiating from the wood beneath him. The boat was a battery. It had stored the sun all day and was now releasing it back into him. A gentle, thermal embrace. He heard the water. Slap. Hush. Slap. Hush. It was the heartbeat of the Galilee. It was the sound of forgiveness. It washed against the hull, taking away the dust of the Gerasenes, the mud of the multitudes, the spittle of the madmen. It washed everything clean. He smelled the pitch, sharp, resinous, and clean. It was the smell of safety. It was the smell of a seal that holds. I am Elian, he whispered to the dark. I am the carpenter of the heavy wood. I am the keeper of the cradle. He felt a deep drowsiness settle over him. It wasn't the exhaustion of labour, it was the heaviness of peace. It was a golden weight, pressing him down into the floorboards. Merging him with the boat, he drifted. In his mind's eye, he saw the boat not as it was, ugly and scarred, but as it truly was. He saw it as a golden vessel, shining in the dark, carrying the most precious cargo in the world, the quiet. He saw the faces of those he'd carried. Mara, no longer shaking. Thomas, seeing the light. The rabbi, finding rest. He realized that he hadn't missed the adventure. The adventure had come to him. The horizon had bent its knee and come to his cove. You do not have to go to the ends of the earth. A voice seemed to whisper in the wind, a voice he knew, a voice that sounded like water and authority. You only have to be the place where the earth ends and the heaven begins. Elian let out a long breath. His chest rose and fell. The tension in his bad leg finally uncoiled. The ache in his shoulder faded. He was no longer a cripple. On the water, in the dark, with the stars reflecting on the glassy surface around him, he was suspended. He was flying. The rope, the golden flax rope Jareth had given him, lay coiled at his feet. But it was not tied to anything. They were untethered. They were free. The boat turned slowly, a compass finding true north. Sleep, Captain, Elian murmured, his words slurring into the rhythm of the lake. The anchor holds. The wood is strong. The water is kind. The stars wheeled overhead, a silent, glittering procession. The water rocked them gently, back and forth, and creak, hush, creak, hush. And there, in the centre of the deep, in the vessel of the Unsent, Elian found the destination he had been looking for all his life. He found rest. And so, dear traveller unknown, we leave Elian there, drifting in the safe embrace of the deep. The boat is heavy, so you do not need to worry about the waves. The wood is warm, so you do not need to worry about the cold. The anchor is within you, so you do not need to worry about drifting away. You, too, have carried heavy burdens today. You, too, may feel like a vessel that is too slow for the rushing world. But remember the lesson of the oak. The weight is what keeps you steady. The stillness is what makes you a sanctuary. You do not need to run tonight. You do not need to achieve. You only need to float. Let the water take the weight. Let the dark take the worry. Sleep now in the vessel of the quiet heart. Good night.